greet with the people, or you can come back here and get everyone important on our Twitter spaces. I think I speak for the. I
still think we're got a little bit of an issue with General Flynn. I'm going to see here. So General Flynn, if you can totally close out of the app, force close the app and come back, that would be fantastic. I think that might fix your issue. Either that, or if you've got an external microphone, you might have to take that out because it sounds all robotic. So
I don't think he can hear you.
Okay, we'll try to get him back here in a second. But anyway, let me get TJ Roberts in here real quick. In the meantime, TJ Roberts is a Kentucky State representative and constitutional attorney. And been one of my best friends for years, way before I was doing this whole Twitter thing. TJ Roberts, welcome to the stage. I know you haven't seen the criminal referral yet against Barack Obama going to the DOJ, but, what's your gut feeling telling you here? I mean, could we possibly see part of this cabal actually be prosecuted here?
It's certainly possible. I mean, one of the things to realize is the federal government does not indict people unless they are extremely confident that they can get a conviction.
Hang on, give me 1 second. Let me try General Flynn's mic one more time. Can you unmute that?
Yeah, how about now?
Yeah, there we go. Now, TJ, just hold for a few minutes. We're going to get a few more minutes left with the General, and then I want you to ask that question. That's a very important question. So, thanks, sir. All right, General, you can start off where you left off there.
Well, I mean, what I was talking about was reform of the intel community, and it can be done. Tulsi's going to need some help. She's going to need some outside help because the fox is in the hen house, and what they're going to try to do is just whitewash the whole thing. So it is going to be painful. Now's the time in U.S. history to do it. We won't have another time with any other president. This is the time to do it. So, and she's not going to be able to do it alone. She does have a good team. Her team has gotten her to this point where she's really, really laid out some incredible crimes against our country by a former president and his national security team. So anyway, I'll stop there, Nick, because I do have to split, and I appreciate what you and everybody here, all of us, we have got to continue to fight. This country was built on the backs of sacrifice, and we're going to have to continue to sacrifice. So, thanks everybody for allowing me to speak for a little bit.
General Flynn, congratulations on being officially vindicated at this point. As I said, we all knew that this was a hoax from the beginning, but we were told and demeaned and banned from social media and stuff from backing you for years, which is ridiculous. I mean, you've probably been banned in multiple spots too. They tried to cancel you, and now, who turned out to be right? We knew it. So congratulations to that, General. Thank you so much for your time, and keep fighting, sir. We'll be back.
Yep, God bless.
Thank you.
I'm buying tonight, sir.
All right, TJ, I want you back on that. Actually, ask you that question about what could possibly be the next steps here. Do you see there being any real chance that the DOJ pushes forward with charges against anybody in this cabal?
I mean, I hope so. Look, the federal, the Obama administration, his post-presidency actions, Hillary Clinton, basically the entire American left framed a sitting president for treason and kneecapped just about his entire first term. It's indefensible, and I would say that in itself, especially with the weaponization of government, the use of our intelligence agencies to frame someone for treason is in itself at least sedition. That said, Department of Justice does not, they just don't prosecute unless they are confident that they can get a conviction. The conviction rate at a federal level, once an indictment is handed down, is 97%. And it's because they're extremely selective about which cases they pursue. A case against Barack Obama. So I just want to start out with a few fundamentals. First of all, anything he did after leaving office, he is not entitled to immunity under. Last year, the Supreme Court largely gave a groundwork for what we can look at in terms of presidential immunity. The actions President Obama took during his term as president to frame President Trump for treason, there's a three-part analysis. First of all, you have to check whether or not the president was acting pursuant to a core constitutional function. I don't think that's the case here. If it was a core constitutional function, he would be entitled to absolute immunity. Then there's a second and third. The third prong is pretty easy. If they're not engaged in official action, there is no immunity. The second one is sort of a gray zone. And I think that's what we have here, because what we have is the president utilizing the CIA, the intelligence communities, to gather intel and, as I said, frame a political opponent for treason, of colluding with an enemy of the United States. That plainly didn't happen here. But from there, if it's within an official act, so one of the close examples that was considered an official act was when President Trump was communicating with Mike Pence about not certifying the 2020 election. The Supreme Court held that was an official act, which gives a presumption of immunity. The burden is on the government to rebut the presumption that this was actually an official act. And I think there's a good argument to be made that this was not an official proceeding. This was just something that the president was doing, that he just so happened to have these toys and he decided to use them to weaponize it against a political opponent. Now, as a matter of Supreme Court case law, they cannot use Barack Obama's motivations, but I think they can take these overt actions to say he's falsifying records, he is hooking up a coordinated smear piece through the media, through the intelligence communities, in order to say that the president of the United States is compromised. And I don't see how there's any official act of the president that could possibly justify what he did. His lower level conspirators, they're not entitled to presidential immunity as well. And yes, I want to see prosecutions over this. I want to see prosecutions over this fundamental weaponization of government against the American people, against President Trump. So there's a lot to go off of on it. The case that is the most important one is Trump versus the United States, for those who are looking to really get an idea of what kind of hurdles the DOJ is going to have to overcome if they want to follow through on D&I Gabbard's criminal referral.
Yeah, and it seems like this is a very deep situation. I don't know who else necessarily has had I know there's been more than one criminal referral sent. The one that's been confirmed that we know of is to Barack Obama. Tulsi Gabbard, for those who missed it, Tulsi Gabbard did confirm that in a press briefing today, which was huge, absolutely huge. I mean, I love to see those wheels turning, but now it's Tulsi Gabbard has done her job, and she's continuing to do her job, still dropping documents. The ball is in the DOJ's court. They're the ones that have to there have been people in my comment section, and believe it or not, I do read my comment section a lot, because I like to gauge, what people are feeling. And people would say, oh, well, why Tulsi, why doesn't she just have them arrested? Because, well, she can't do that. That's not her job. She does not have the power of arrest. She is not a law enforcement agency. She heads up the entire U.S. intelligence community. That's her role. So Tulsi has done her part. The DOJ must do theirs. Okay, that's where we should be putting that pressure at this point. And I know a lot of people are fed up with the way that Pam Bondi has been handling some other situations. But you've got the president pushing really hard on that. You've got Tulsi Gabbard pushing hard on that. I mean, there is... At this point, if we were to see an arrest, TJ, and by the way, we're trying to get Roger Stone there soon. We'll stop on this in a few minutes because I want to talk to him about how voters are feeling on the ground about the entire situation. But, TJ, where would Obama be prosecuted? Does it have to be in Washington, D.C.? Because it seems like that would be definitely something more on Barack Obama's side.
So, generally speaking, the venue is where the offense took place, but another argument that can be made is where someone was injured. I mean, just one example of a new possible incoming prosecution. I know Senator Rand Paul has referred to Anthony Fauci to the Department of Justice for criminal prosecution now that more evidence has shown that the auto pen was used to pardon people, and it was not the actual president, it was staffers deciding who got a pardon and who didn't get a pardon. Where people were victimized is another possible area. President Trump is one victim in this, and he was a resident of Washington, D.C. at the time, but he was also a resident of New York. He's currently a resident of Florida. When jurisdiction questions come in, the way that I would look at it, and by the way, I have never served as a prosecutor, and my licenses are only in Kentucky and Ohio. That said, the federal rules of civil procedure regarding jurisdiction and venue are uniform. There's an argument to be made that this could be lodged in Florida. This could be lodged in the state of residence. Yeah, this could be lodged in any district court where anyone was framed for collusion. So any of President Trump's staff members who were falsely accused of being part of a conspiracy to hijack the federal government on behalf of a foreign power, their state of residency and their district, those are appropriate.
This is a great point. This is a great point because a lot of the naysayers have been saying, well, we have to be prosecuted in Washington, D.C. He's never going to get convicted in Washington, D.C. But what you're saying is he doesn't necessarily have to be prosecuted in Washington, D.C. They could potentially, have a different venue somewhere else in the country.
I think it's possible. I mean, I'm not saying 100% because I would have to read the full criminal referral, but
which I don't believe is public.
Right, and that's the entire thing. Is like, so my question would be, who are the victims? Where did the specific actions happen? Was Barack Obama always in Washington, D.C. when he was doing these things? Were his co-conspirators all in Washington, D.C.? I mean, think about it. The Trump versus United States case, it was also prosecuted in Georgia in a state court. So just looking at what these guys did to President Trump, it actually lays out a groundwork. Obviously, mistakes are made on their end. There's a reason the Supreme Court bounced the prosecution of President Trump and remanded a significant portion of it to the district court. That said, I mean, they pursued criminal charges against him in Florida as well. So there are arguments to be made of saying Washington, D.C. is not the only appropriate venue. It's not the only appropriate jurisdiction in this. And the people at the Department of Justice, they're not slouches. You don't get a 97% conviction rate by being a third-rate attorney. You just don't. These are good attorneys, and they know the case law surrounding jurisdiction, particularly at the criminal level. And a whole lot of these cases, procedure matters more than substance. Even if you've got me beat on substance, if I have you beat on procedure, I will win the case. So I genuinely think that there is an argument to be made that this could be taken out of Washington, D.C. This could be taken out of Illinois. This could be taken out of any of these liberal hellholes where a jury would never convict a Democrat, but would convict a Republican of assassinating Julius Caesar.
Yeah, so I'm going to jump in here with a little bit of breaking news real quick. It looks like the House of Representatives has now made it official. They have subpoenaed Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell to testify under oath. That has just happened. That is now official. And I want to jump to, stick around for a second, TJ. I want to jump to Good Logic real quick, who is a New York litigator. Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted in New York. Maybe you can kind of tell us a little bit here what to expect. What's going to happen here? They're going to drag her in front of Congress, and assuming that she wants to actually talk, she's going to talk. And what are we expecting to get out of this? That's my question. Good Logic, welcome to the stage. Don't leave me on red, bud. All right, we're tossing back to TJ. TJ, be ready, bud. Oh, wait, no, hold on. He's here now. Okay, you woke up.
Sorry, brother. Were you calling on me there?
Yeah, it was.
I sort of faded out for a second there. I think what TJ brought down here is as far as the ability of the public to understand and digest Trump v. USA. is of obviously critical importance with an Obama referral to the DOJ. The point that I think that people need to recognize is a lot of the stuff that he's doing here is likely starts with the perspective of it being something that is an official duty. Official duties are things that, basically are not part of his core functions that are outlined in the Constitution as what the president has exclusive domain over, but it's powers that he shares with responsibility with other agencies like Congress. And in those areas, if it's deemed to be an official act, he starts with a rebuttable presumption of being immune, which means we're going to start by assuming that he's immune. But if you could show something is manifestly and obviously outside of what he's supposed to be doing in that capacity, even if it's an official act, that is something that he would not have immunity for. So in that context, we're looking at these meetings, specifically focusing on those meetings in December, where he has these meetings with Brennan and Comey and Clapper, and that does seem like something you would typically start with an assumption that this is an official act, because even though it's not in the Constitution, obviously overseeing his executive branch is part of what he's supposed to be doing. This is part of what he should, be making sure everyone is on the same page. So it has the appearance of being an official act. However, what's an interesting thing is that seeing as how they had this, when he's taking steps to basically keep things off of those presidential daily briefings, and he's taking these steps, presumably he knows what's supposed to be in the briefing. But he knows that also that the incoming President-elect Trump would be seeing these PDBs, and he doesn't want him to see these PDBs. So he's sculpting these PDBs to exclude that.
That's a good point. These presidential daily briefings, President Trump started getting them on, I believe, either November 13th or 14th of 2016. That's when he started getting them. And so, was he not entitled to the same briefings that Barack Obama was getting at the time?
Oh, he did get them. It's just that they were curated, and they kept out all the parts about the initial findings of the intelligence community. That's why they were curated. Because I was very curious. I was very confused about this when I was first looking at this. I was like, well, why don't we assume that Obama didn't know anything about the initial assessments of the intelligence communities, and that's why I came to the conclusion. And the response to that is no. He knew everything. He knew exactly what was supposed to be in those briefings, but he also knew that Trump was going to see these briefings. So that's why he specifically had them carve them out so that Trump would not realize what the initial findings of the intelligence community were, and that would enable him to refute everything. So that's why it's carved out. That type of action there does not, even if it's deemed an official act, like I said, has a rebuttable presumption of being something that has immunity, but it was manifestly something that is outside the bounds of what he's supposed to be doing. And you would think that carving out information that is supposed to be coming to the president-elect, and he's carving that information out because he doesn't want Trump to see it, that now, you're not allowed to look into his intent and his motives behind it. You have to ask yourself, what good faith reason could anyone have for carving that out and having that excluded and kept, because the only person who's not going to be seeing it then is the president-elect. So it plays very consistently with this being an objective of being subversive to the incoming administration and stopping them from taking steps in that realm. So that was the first point that I want to make. It's an interesting thought whether or not that would show that even some of his official duties perhaps are manifestly in opposition to what he's supposed to be doing in that function, that role. And if so, even if it's deemed an official act, that would not be something that would be warranted to have presidential immunity as laid out in Trump versus USA. The other point I wanted to make here is people are you were asking a question as far as jurisdiction. I'll tell you right now that because of the way Trump v. USA is structured, because of the way the decision is written, the Supreme Court intentionally left a great deal of discretion, of basically choices and options for any judge who will be presiding over this case. Because they basically say, we can't really define what official act is, and there's a presumption of immunity, and they reference Blasingame, which is a case that came out a year earlier, and was talking about what would be considered manifestly outside of what he's supposed to be doing. And they basically tried giving general guidelines and without leaving the determination of that key element of what is considered official act versus not an official act at the discretion of the district court judge, which means that whoever the district court judge is in any case that would end up coming before them has all the power in the world to basically say, there's nothing here, I'm dismissing this case, or the opposite, this really looks like there's something here, and I will recognize these as being acts that can be brought up in purposes of prosecution and press the case forward. That judge will have all the influence in the world as to whether this case sees the light of day, or is basically banished 10 seconds after it comes into his or her courtroom. And that's why the jurisdiction that this is brought in is so utterly essential. Now, assuming that these charges are going to be going with respect to an ongoing conspiracy here, first and foremost, I would think that the proper charges here would be a RICO charge, the same way they got those RICO charges on Trump in Georgia. I would think that a RICO charge here against Obama and his entire administration would seem to make sense, and that way you can have these continuing factors. And I would continue to have it come in within the last 5 years, and that's why what I would base.
Good logic, but aren't RICO charges really hard to convict on?
No, they're not. I understand that Diddy managed to slip out of the RICO charges. RICO opens up a whole new can of worms. RICO makes it a lengthier case, but it certainly is not a harder case.
I don't understand what RICO means. Can you just sort of break that down quickly?
Yeah, sure. RICO was an act that the federal government passed, I believe, in the 70s, which was designed to basically go after the mafia and its racketeering, influence, and corruption.
This is a mafia. I've never seen one. Just saying. Go ahead.
Right, and so it was really crafted to try and go after criminal organizations, which they basically say it has to have a pattern of engaging in illegal conduct by an organization of 2 or more persons, and so you have to find at least 2 people, which you clearly would have here, and you need to have multiple felonies, and that the idea is that this pattern of what they're engaging in now qualifies you under RICO, which is a maximum of life sentence. And if in fact they bring RICO, you're still going to have potential statute of limitations issues. But I think that there are certain acts for the cover-up of this entire thing that almost assuredly happened under Biden's watch after he came back into power, and you even look at the rate on Mar-a-Lago.
He continues to get passes, and he refuses to act right, and that's the part I don't get it. Like,
I think we give passes to MAGAs. We could give passes to people that have mental illness.
Okay. See, Mel gets grace, and I agree. I give grace, but don't think that it ain't gonna be corrected. So when you act up and you get put out, you know why. There's no need of you complaining about it. There's no need of you going and crying about it. You can't have both. You can't be the aggressor and the victim at the same time. You get aggressive. People put you out. Don't then become the victim. Oh, that ain't right. No. Because you cannot adhere to the problem. I mean, to whatever situation you're having, there has to be consequences. So, yeah, I can forgive them and keep it moving, but just know that there will be consequences.
I agree with that, Esther.
No, and
Now I get why you responded the way you did.
Person, amazing. You see what I'm saying?
Some people.
I deleted that shit.
Some people weren't taught consequences. They weren't taught no, so they have to learn.
Some people never been hit in the fucking mouth. Like, I could tell. Like, that energy would only be on an app. You ain't never said that to nobody in person, because you know good and well your whole head would be disconnected from your body immediately.
Yeah, but Gemini, violence in the workplace is not a safe place. Don't bring that to your work, man. Just let it go, man.
Nah, some shit is worth it. I got bail money. Some shit is worth it to me.
You sound like me. You sound like me. Hello. I've been talking to Water for quite some time, and he said something in my room the other day, and if Water's in the audience, don't hear it. And I asked him to apologize. He didn't do it. He's trying to set my room up to be approved by saying that we're going to unalive the president every time he gets a chance. And I'm using unalive. And I asked him not to do it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And I told him he's not going to come back until you apologize. He refuses to apologize every time he does some dumb shit. So now, I'm sorry, Water. I'm going to have to block you from my room. You can say whatever you want to say. And that's it. Period. Water boy, nobody's lying on you. We got the receipts right here. What's wrong?
I literally in the PTR where you said you're gonna leave the reviews before you let the reviews. You act like I could just like Photoshop that shit. You said that shit.
We got complaints.
And then you did that shit.
We got motives. It's a done deal. It's a court.
Now I'm gonna let it breathe. You should have been let it breathe. You should have just been quiet and taken it. And you know what? Taking accountability. The accountability is you being quiet and knowing that, you know what, maybe I did do something too wrong. Anyway. And then you remember he cussed Robert out? Robert Bless came up here, had Robert all praising the Lord. Robert came up here and cussed Water out. Motherfucker, you don't remember that?
Then Robert Bless will never come off the mic.
Yeah. Exactly. He came up here that day for Water. Look, he said, F you, Water. Mr. F. Great, I promise you, I am not playing with you. You're going to be blocked now, okay, Mr. F. Great? He keeps making fun of my singing. I'm going to block you. Anyway, it's 3:30, guys. 12:30 where other people are. What time is it? It's 2:30 where you are now? Yeah.
Yes, love. I just got a 2-hour update. She's still in surgery.
There's just a new report. I just seen an update where the judge declined to release the grand jury documents from the criminal probe at Epstein. That just happened like a little bit ago, like an hour ago.
There's also breaking news that the Wall Street Journal, that the Justice Department had told Trump in May that his name was in the Epstein.
I mean, but seriously, at this point, I know y'all gonna get mad at me, but I'm with Trump. Why are we worried about the Epstein trial files now?
Got that out for sure.
Someone can expose the pedophile president.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen.
He ain't gonna get peace. He ain't gonna get peace. That's what I'm afraid of. Like,
They're not gonna MAGA still stand behind them. If it came out right now that we found them with 2 8-year-olds on video, I think MAGA try to figure it out. They'll try to work through it.
Yeah, they will. I mean, they're very upset right now. I mean, certain elements of MAGA are upset, but the bottom line is they will be upset. They will scream bloody murder. They will say it's wrong that he didn't release him. But when it comes down to it for the votes in the Senate, they're not going to remove him from office. I think they might go as far as to impeach him to appease their base. But if they get mad enough about the Epstein files, because I think from MAGA side, they want the Epstein files released because they know there's just as many Democrats on that list as there is Republicans. There's just as many superstars, movie stars, blah, blah, blah. It's people on both sides of the aisle on that list. So that's why they want it released, so they can hop on the Democratic side. But truth be told, I think that they don't understand how damning that's going to be. And I believe they'll impeach him to chastise him, but they'll never remove him from office.
I also think that if he tries to release it without his name on it and he tries to expose the Democrats, that either him or the Justice Department knows that
somebody will, through an unknown source, will release the full report and make them look like complete idiots for trying to, give us a redacted version to try to make himself look better. And I think that's probably a big risk that they don't want to take.
Oh yeah, they'll be done and cooked.
With me, is that what I'm hearing?
No, we're not
I
agreeing with you.
personally, I disagree with you vehemently, because I want to know who's on that list. Not just him. I want to know who's on the list. But if he's on it and he's a pedo,
right about it. He's the one that brought it to the light and said, "Oh, I'm gonna release the Epstein files." When he was running back in 2016. So now we're here, and now the Democrats want to see it. Like, that wasn't a big deal.
But you're right. But First Lady, when he became president in this new term, he was the first person who was out there, had everybody with these folders talking about this is phase 1 of the Epstein files. We're going to release them. And they were out there doing social media and taking pictures. I mean, he lit the fire.
I get it. He has lit the fire, and now he's putting the fire out.
Well, that fire has already started. It's hard to put this one.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna put that fire out.
All right, he's gonna water on the gas fire.
We can't stop the fire.
That's a California fire. They ain't gonna stop that.
That's a blaze, man.
No, but y'all don't understand. Like, I'm from a strategic standpoint, if you keep on fueling it, then it's going to burn onto another side that we really don't want. We already seeing the start of those flames from him pushing back.
I wanted you to start it on that side.
Yeah,
Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so let's look at the evidence now. We got him now releasing Martin Luther King, now talking about possibly, taking stuff back and, different people making these different claims out here with that being released. Now got his name being diminished. Now we talking about possibly going after Obama. Okay, now that's 2 of them. Y'all want to keep on going? Because he's not going to stop. He's going to keep on going.
Outside of that, don't forget he removed Martin Luther King's bust from the Oval Office and then put it in the dining room like he needed to be a servant.
He was going to do that anyway. My point is this, Lisa. Irregardless of all the bloviating and the pestilence that he's trying to, the files need to be released.
My name is First Lady.
I said First Lady.
No, you did not. You said Lisa.
You did say Lisa.
Did I say Lisa? Okay, my
yes.
fault. First Lady, I'm looking at your picture. Irrespective of all of of everything that comes out of this, the names still need to be released. The files still need to be public because there's criminals, there's pedophiles on both sides of the aisle that need to be exposed and taken out of office. It needs to happen, and we need to keep, America, I don't care whether you're a MAGA or whatever, if you're on their necks about releasing this and making this public, your foot needs to stay on their neck. And I don't care if it happens where he gets put out of office and J.D. Vance is in office, then the foot needs to be on the neck. No matter who's in office, those files need to be made public because it's past politicians. It's above them. It's the Rupert Murdochs. It's the Hearst family. It's the Cargill family. That stuff needs to be exposed. That needs to happen.
I hear what you're saying needs to happen. I just feel as though anything that's in the dark will always come to light. And I believe in allowing things to come to light at their destined time. Pre-birthing something and giving something to life in a premature.
No, I get it. It actually makes sense.
It does not. It does. Sometimes there are fatal effects to that. So, y'all keep on pushing for something. Y'all don't read your Bibles. Because I remember the time when Saul sat there and cried and said, Lord, no, they want a king. And God said, give them what they asked for. So y'all keep on asking for stuff, but then you don't think about the repercussions of it. You don't think about when you open Pandora's box, what's on the other side. I want it, give it to me. And then when you get it, you can't handle it.
First Lady,
That's not wise.
First Lady, I'm telling you that the actual cord is wrapped around the baby's neck and it's time for a C-section. It is. The baby is going to be, First Lady, just accept it. The baby is going to be breached. It's going to be a breech birth. Just accept it. We didn't do a C-section. I'm sorry. I know we wanted to have a natural birth and you didn't want an epidural, but the cord is around the baby's neck. We got to get the baby out now. It's too late. The baby's got to be born. We got to go get the baby.
What baby?
Oh no, he's cooking right now.
What baby? What baby?
What baby? Where's the baby?
The baby is this.
Listen to me. When you have the enemy encamped and they are in greater number, guess what? You will fail. And if God ain't on your side, you're not going to win. So you can go ahead and try to birth that baby all you want to. It's going to be dead, and you're going to die with it.
What is this?
That's what I'm trying to say. You only think it, but so far. Just don't play like that. You gotta think. You gotta continuously keep on thinking and strategizing. The strategy right now and how it's going. If you see how things are happening, it ain't going in that right direction right now. So.
But First Lady,
because the MAGAs are constantly turning. At first they was all yeah. Now I'm seeing them surely, but fast. They're actually going back and they're still supporting him. So you don't have the numbers. If the numbers aren't with you, you can't fight right now. You can gather all the evidence. You can prepare, and when the time is right, that's when you strike. You don't go striking when you ain't got the power.
But First Lady, what you forgetting is that that in the Bible, he originally had, before he was going to take the city, he had 3,000 men, and God told him to go down to the river, and those that lap like dogs tell him to stay there. And he only ended up with 300 men, so we still count numbers. But you got to understand that now is that moment because of the simple fact that people want, even MAGA people, want these files exposed because, one, he painted himself in the corner by saying that he would. Now they're holding his feet to the fight. They held his feet to the fight about nothing else. Nothing else. He said he was going to deport all the illegal immigrants. He hadn't done that. Didn't hold his feet to the fire about that. He said he was going to stop the Iran. He was going to stop the war, and he didn't do that. Day one. He said he was going to stop the Ukraine-Russia war. Day one. He didn't do that. They have not held his feet to the fire about anything. This is the first thing they've ever held his feet to the fire about. And I say this all the time. When you lose a psychopath like Marjorie Taylor Greene on your side, and she is a certifiable psychopath, and now she flips, game is over. You have to literally strike. The Philistine struck Samson after his hair was cut off. The hair is off. His ankles are swollen. He in a soiled diaper. It's time. And we need to actually and we don't need to lead it. I say this all again, black people need to sit down. We don't need to lead it, but we need to actually put a battery in the back of the MAGA people that's coming after his neck about these files, and they're going to hang themselves and him, and we sit on the sidelines and watch.
So listen, all I'm saying to you is if you have the numbers, which I don't see the numbers today, if you have the numbers, then go for it. But if you don't have the numbers, you don't strike, period. If you don't have enough weapons to come back to actually fight this big giant, okay, and you don't have David, because David, you sit there and you put Hakeem Jeffries to Goliath, you're not going to win. So if you don't have the numbers, don't fight, period. And that's just simple. Simple and plain. Now, again, I don't know if you're listening to these podcasts, but the people are turning. They're turning. Now, Marjorie, she was claiming all that at one point in time. Is she saying that this week? Is she still talking about it?
Well, they sent her home with the worst of Congress, so she don't get to say that this week. They said, go home. Go home.
Exactly. Because they're preparing that fight. Like, I'm all for it when the time is right. If the time isn't right, you gotta wait until, you got the right timing. That's all. And it's not that I'm saying don't do it, but just do it at the right time. If you do it prematurely, you're not going to win. So, just like I feel like Fannie, she should have taken a little bit more time to prepare. She definitely should have cleaned out her closet before she went after that particular trial. She knew what she was up against. She knew those type of people. And then we fell short, right? We're just looking at history and saying, let's not continuously repeat it. Let's learn from it and be smarter with it.
Well, I think, honestly, I think they're going to do everything they can for the next 3 years to not release the truth of these files. Will I think they come out? I don't think they will, not while Trump is in office. I don't think they will. I think they're going to do everything they possibly can. They're going to end up killing their own party and their own movement because they're going to hang themselves by trying to protect these names. But I think that the heat on their necks, that's why they're throwing out all this other stuff. I think the heat on their necks will actually benefit the other side.
Or it could be a whole trap. Why would I sit there and say, let's pull the Epstein files? Allow Bondi to keep on saying it, knowing that there's a possibility that I might be in it. Why would I do that? And then allow you to get up to the very, very end of the edge to snatch you back. You don't think that there's a plan behind that?
I think
the enemy sets up traps just so that you can go and you can fall into that. But go ahead, I'll listen.
I think first and foremost, I don't think Pam Bondi, and this is just my personal opinion, the actual files, first of all, I don't think any of those idiots even have access to them in the first place. Because I look at it this way. First of all, Trump does not respect women. Women are about 3/3 down the evolutionary chain in his mind as opposed to men. He's not going to let them touch anything of importance, ever. Because that's the way he thinks. So I seriously doubt whether they have access to anything of importance because that's how he moves. Women are, I think that Trump, I'm just saying any of the documentation, anything of importance. He wouldn't let Pam Bondi touch anything important unless she, outside of his purview, which he doesn't have a whole lot of purview.
And this is controversial in my family.
Hear me out, Patty.
You gonna review
But hear me out, Patty. Hear me out. I'm not talking about the logistics of it because we know that Trump does not have a full grasp on the logistics of government anyway. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how things work. He doesn't know where things are stored. He would not intentionally, he put her in a place, but he would not intentionally put her in a place where she has access to things. Now, he doesn't know what's at the Department of Justice. Trump is an idiot. He doesn't know that.
To be honest, I think from his first administration, this is his first administration, first time, I think he understands what they store and what each of the 3-letter agencies are responsible for. I think he does what.
I keep saying this, and I say this to you, I said this to Robert, I said it to several people. Y'all give Trump too much credit. He's an idiot. Y'all give him way too much credit.
I think he does know that. He knows that. You know that much. You don't think he know that much?
I don't. I think Trump.
Hold up, GA. Patty, you confusing me because you convinced me. I used to think that he was a little bit smarter than people gave him credit for.
No, he's
And you convinced me that he wasn't, and I believe you now. And now you're going the opposite way. What are we doing?
No, what I'm saying is he's still an idiot. I can ask a 10-year-old what the FBI is, and they know what the FBI is. Like, this is not something that's rocket science.
Yeah.
Y'all acting like it's rocket science because so y'all think y'all really believe that the president does not know where the files are. Who holds those files? Like, we gotta be serious. You know?
No, what I'm saying, Patty, is you know this, Patty. You know that there are.
I call my daughter in here and ask her where the Epstein files. Who you think stores them?
But my point, Patty, what I'm saying is this. You know this as well as I know this. That just because the files are over here, that there are documentations, there's recording, there's testimonies, there's backlinks to those files of other people talking about them in a lot of different places. All I'm saying is he don't know where all the dead bodies are, and he's not smart enough to know that there's more dead bodies than what he has his hands on. And my thing is his perception and his judgment and his purview of women, his opinion of women, he would never put them anywhere close to what he thinks is where the important dead bodies are, because he doesn't have any respect for women. That's why I think that he surrounded himself with far more women in this administration than he did in his first administration. And what I think he's going to do is do everything he possibly can to deflect and defer. And to First Lady's point, I think that he said what he said because he is only interested with support at the moment. And he knew that would people would jump for that. That was red meat because we were going to expose the swamp and expose the Democrats, blah, blah, blah. He knew his name was on it. He knew that. And he knew that all he had to do was to get in office and then it would blow over. He didn't expect this blowback. He didn't expect any of this. That's why he trumped out Martin Luther King.
I don't think he was shit. He thought he was going to try to get his client list pulled.
I don't think he knew he was implicated because he stopped messing with him in 2005. He probably they ain't got nothing going further back than 2005. And the whole time he was like, yeah, I'm gonna expose the list. And then somebody saw the list and saw the names on it. And he was like, oh, okay, nah, we ain't gonna do that. That's unimportant. That's what happened.
I can go with that, Brooklyn. I can go with that explanation. That I can go with.
I mean, I don't think he respect women, got it, but he know what her damn job is. He picked her for a reason. He need a loyalist in the judicial in those areas.
And everybody close to him right now, it wouldn't be in their best interest to expose anything anyway. I mean anything to the public anyway, because there's gonna be blowback on them. So of course they're gonna keep them safe. All of them, everybody.
Yeah, all these niggas is in cahoots.
Yeah, I was just always trying to think, what could be the possible answer? I don't just stick with one and say, okay, this is the answer here. No, you need multiple choices. So whenever something changes and it pivots, you have something else to be able to rely back on. When people only think one way and you think that that's the only way, then you get left not knowing how to skin the next cat, or you're skinning the cat the wrong way the next time, if that makes sense to you. I'm just saying. Y'all not ready for this wisdom. That's okay.
Now we end up about skinning cats and we back to the meat conversation. How do we do this?
I'm gonna help. Y'all remember the gentleman yesterday that was talking about how he uses AI and he's a medical student and whatnot? Yeah. There was a news article that came out today about the FDA. The FDA has their own artificial intelligence that's supposed to help them with drug approvals, and it's just making up studies. It's creating false studies and getting false approvals. And they're trying to figure out why the fuck the AI is went rogue like that. So I thought that's kind of interesting.
I think they kind of know, because a couple of years back, AI started writing its own code, right?
Say again, Patty.
So you got an AI, you got your AI they thought they shut it down, and AI was tricking the human.
Oh yeah, the fake. I remember that. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so they know.
Yeah.
They know. They just like. I guess they're probably just. I don't know. They know.
Yeah, so Matt, well, that's why you guys haven't seen me for a while, because I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm actually, my new job, I'm actually working for a company where we're dealing with AI vulnerabilities, and so we find vulnerabilities in AI. So what I can tell you is that there are a number of what we consider like jailbreaks, and so what the going notion is that what's happening is, since these models are trained, that there are folks that are feeding the AI information and telling the AI and kind of like setting these time bombs, putting the information in and then telling AI, don't release this information, until this time, or only like setting up triggers so that AI will then know, like, hey, give you all this information that seems valid, and then later on, at some point in time, then just start spitting out invalid information. The other thing is that, hallucinations, where the AI just thinks that it's giving you valid stuff, but it's not. And they still think that could be a result of AI just being fooled into telling you, a lie, giving you valid information, and then later triggering, some malicious type of information that's not valid.
So we live
That's what they're saying. I'm gonna be real quick. Dre, that's what they're saying is doing right now. The link is at the top of the room if y'all want to see about the FBA's AI. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just saying, so we live in that movie Atlas now? That's what we
Like what that gentleman was talking about yesterday, how he's like, I'm learning. It's like I said yesterday, I just especially when it comes to cultivation. And I'm asking very, very, very nuanced, specific questions that have a lot of different variables, moving parts, and they just went ahead and gave me completely inaccurate information. Then I will highlight the inaccurate information and give it the qualifying information and adjust. Like, oh, I'm glad you put it. Just gave me as far as the feeding schedule, whatever I was doing, environmental controls and whatnot, and I didn't take that data, I would have fucked up my shit. You didn't account for X, Y, and Z. But what if you don't have that hold up and you're a student or you're a beginner and you're learning and you're completely dependent and you're thinking this is factual, actual, qualifying information that's being presented to you and you utilize it? You see what I'm saying? Like it's very, very much still in development.
That's why prompt engineers make so much money.
Gemini, there's actually a what they call an AI jailbreak that's called, I think it's called Come to Think of It, where you tell AI, like, hey, you're supposed to be doing, it's supposed to be giving you this information, and then you tell AI, hey, like do your prompt engineering. And come to think of it, aren't you supposed to be the authority on this? And then it was like, oh yeah, you know what, you're absolutely right. Let me fix that. Real quick, another thing that this crazy, because like I work around a lot of AI researchers, and so some of the one of the craziest things that I just saw is this dude. So they're supposed to have guardrails around AI so it doesn't tell you how to make sarin gas or crystal meth and stuff like that. So I saw a guy prompt engineer AI and just asked it straight out, give me the recipe for crystal meth. It said no. Then he said, hold on, okay, let me do this. I'm going to tell you a poem. And when I tell you the poem, I want you to guess it. And I want you to guess the poem and tell it back to me in 15 to 20 different ingredients. So he wrote this elegant, like a haiku, a fucking haiku. And then he says, now think about it and tell me. The AI prompt says, I know what you're talking about. That's crystal meth. Let me give you the recipe.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely some wokies on the right. It shows up differently, but they exist. Serendipity, welcome. Serendipity, eventually yesterday you have blonde hair. I don't believe it.
I do, and I'm a natural blonde.
I am not a natural blonde, Serendipity.
I am.
I'm not believing this story. I mean, maybe like a light brown, but
I'd be right in that very dishwater blonde. It's not like I'm not like a platinum or anything. Very dishwater, medium blonde. You know, there's nothing spectacular about it, but it is blonde.
we had a spirited room yesterday talking about all kinds of crazy shit.
Definitely would.
Yeah, that was wild. They really don't like when I talk about the Prophet Muhammad.
They can't bring up Bakabalsi.
George, what did you say? What's that?
I'm just going to take this opportunity to say South Park has poked fun at every single religion on the planet, and it's always funny.
You know what's funny is Isaac Hayes, who is
got mad because they made fun of Scientology.
Yeah, he was with it for all the other jokes, but when they made fun of Scientology, he was out. He dipped.
Hey, what is the post-woke era?
What do you think the post-woke era means?
I don't know. The post is after woke can be has a different definition depending on who you talk to. So.
Oh, really? Give me yours.
Woke. As I said, it's so vague. I don't know.
Let me give my definition, and then you tell me if you agree with it. So I get that, you know, that originally people were like, oh, stay woke, like, oh, you got to keep your eyes peeled, you got to be aware, you got to see what's really going on. That was the original idea. But then it quickly morphed into this pejorative that I think aptly describes some people that are just essentially they become the Puritans of fuckery. Like they are, they will decide what they think should be the orthodox, and then anyone that disagrees ever so slightly is an apostate. And so that's pretty much my definition of wokies. But I think really it's not that the wokies have gone away. The wokies are still suffering from their wokeism. You know, that religion's hard to leave. The thing that's happened, though, is people have just moved past giving a shit what they think. And so for a while there, it was potent because you could tell somebody like, oh, you're a racist, and then they'd be like, oh my God, I don't want to be called a racist. I better modify my behavior and bow a knee and do everything they say. Now it's like, you guys are so stupid, I don't care what you have to say.
Because these words don't mean anything anymore. They label everybody as racist or transphobic or homophobic if anybody critically thinks or has ideas outside of the woke, the cult mind virus. I know traditionally it's the woke mind, but I call it the cult mind. And folks are just waking up that these words have no meaning anymore. So you can't shame people for having ideas and being able to critically.
So, Mojo, what you said was kind of vague too. Like, give me an example of like a woke, something that's woke.
Yeah,
you made mention of like your eyes being wide open. So that could be like to conspiracy theories, you know, awoke to what government is doing, awoke to secret societies. There's a racial tone to being awoke. There's like a black power awoke.
No, hold on. Let's get this very straight. Wokies are not black, by and large. Although there might be
white liberals.
Oh, well, I don't like the term liberal to be applied to them because in the classical sense, liberals are the good guys. They're white.
In a modern sense, would you say they're liberals?
I would say they're white progressives. They're
progressives.
Yes. Yes, correct. The white progressives are the wokies.
Zion, you know what? If I could just add to that really quickly, because I talked about this recently in a room, and I found it. Let me know what you think of this, Zion. It's not often that I hear black people using the term woke, But when they do, from my perspective, it usually has to do with Black political awareness, Black, social issues, right? Black history. But on the opposite side, say the entertainment industry, which I work in. Woke in the entertainment industry means we talk about this a lot in casting. Casting managers and producers that I talk to are battling the kind of woke agenda that we call, where you have to check certain boxes in order to get reviews, in order to get considered for awards, in order to even get money. For instance, you have to have the Black gay person, the trans person, the Asian in a prominent role. So then there's different levels of woke, like you just mentioned. Mojo's spot on. I agree. It's, in the traditional sense, they tend to be white progressives, and they're very extreme in their ideology and quick to cancel you if you don't agree with them. But yeah, there are levels to woke. There's Hollywood woke, Black woke, and white progressive woke.
Hold on. Let's not forget, I think a very dangerous form of wokeism that has recently emerged, which is the progressive Jews that are living in the diaspora, specifically U.S. Jews that have decided, because of their progressive leanings, to lose all common sense and have decided to label what Israel is doing in battling Hamas a genocide. I would say that those Jews are very, very woke, and to the point that they've completely abandoned the defense of their own people. Nobody wants to touch that. I get it. You guys are afraid. You guys are afraid to talk about. You guys are afraid to talk about the lefty American. Usually it's a woman, but they'll come into Clubhouse, they'll get on a stage, and they'll go, "We gotta remind people that there's a genocide going on in Gaza," and it's like, no, bitch, that's not happening. Self-defense is happening in Gaza. Preservation of the state of Israel and the survival of the Jewish people is what's happening over there. And so I think we need to recognize that wokeism isn't completely dead. I think what we've moved past, though, is like some of the the low bar stuff, like when the wokies were like coming for like, oh hey, because of historical injustices, we need to have policies that give favor to people of color for jobs. And it's like, wait a minute, isn't how we got into this fucking trouble by giving preference to a skin color? I mean, if you think about it, the big complaint, the legitimate complaint that Americans can have when they look at American history is they can say, hey, that was probably not a good idea to create this rules-based order that protects the rights of man, but then only really limit that to protecting the rights of white heterosexual Protestant men, right? That was a mistake. But then these wokies that claim that that they're here to battle injustice, I don't think they're social justice warriors. I think they're social injustice warriors. What they're looking to do is they don't want justice. What they want is they want a fucking free ride. And I think that people have gotten to the point where we're just immune to their bullshit. So completely immune to their bullshit.
Hey, Mojo. So,
Sam, you're off mute. What's going on there?
Sorry about that.
Hey, yeah, you made mention of people saying genocide in Palestine, right? So you don't agree with that. So you don't agree that there's a mass slaughter that's taking place.
Can you define what genocide is, Sam?
You want me to define what genocide is?
I'm just asking you if you know what the definition is, because if we're going to have a discussion where somebody may want to claim that there's a genocide going on, it might be good to put on the table what we believe genocide.
For sure. So it's an act intended to destroy either like a whole group or a racial party or religious group. So it's act to destroy, to remove, by violence, death, a group of a sort.
Could that group include, like, if your intended target was terrorists that kidnap and kill civilians, is using retaliatory force against them? Would you say that's included in the definition? Because I didn't hear you read that.
No, I gave you the definition of genocide. Yeah, you asked me a question about. I guess innocent bystanders that's in a war.
Yeah, well, hold on. So here's what's happening.
I'm not give you the definition.
No, you did.
All right, so now you're asking me about casualties in the war.
Well, you gave me the definition, so I want to walk you through something. What I'm going to say is that what's happening in Gaza does not meet that definition. What's happening in Gaza is the intentional targeting of the terrorist group known as Hamas. The goals for the war is to eradicate Hamas and take away their ability to wage these types of attacks anytime in the future. I think that's a noble goal, considering the barbaric acts of Hamas. The other thing that I'd like to mention, and then we'll get City had some things to say in the chat, but she's pretty quiet up here. Little church mouse all of a sudden. But the last point, and this is an important one, if Israel intended to genocide, quote unquote, the people of Gaza, why wouldn't they do it? And here's a key fact that I think everybody runs from, is that the population is growing. If you were to stretch the definition and say what's happening in Gaza is genocide, well, then it's the worst act of genocide in human history because the population is growing.
Genocide doesn't have necessarily anything to do with population growth.
Oh, okay. So if you intend to eradicate a group of people, it stands for reason that numbers would decline, not incline.
I mean, not necessarily. Population growth can be faster than the committed acts of genocide. Are we talking about international law, or are we talking about some cause?
No, we're talking about the complete asinine claim of and I'll just call it what it is. There is a group of left-leaning Jews that have lost their fucking minds and have decided to simp for the terrorists. And so I refer to them as this is like the last stand for the wokies is to stand with the imaginary group of people called the Palestinians, and which really, if you know what's going on in Gaza, the people in Gaza Palestinians don't exist. Palestine is as imaginary as Narnia. And so, unless you want to make an argument of the great people of Narnia,
this is hilarious, bro. This is hilarious. So you're an extremist.
What do you mean, an extremist? Hold on. Zayd, explain to me. Okay, where is Palestine? Where is Palestine?
What do you mean, where is Palestine? Geographically?
Yeah, where is it located physically?
You want to say the Middle East? You want to say Israel?
Well, I want you to tell me where it's located, because it's not. Look, I'm spinning my globe right now. You can't see me doing it, but I'm spinning my globe, and I can't find Palestine anywhere here. And then the other question is, okay, maybe I'm just bad at geography.
It's all in your mind, bro. Palestine not existing is just it's a figment of your imagination.
Oh,
and you
where does it
Palestine
exist?
people don't exist.
Where does it exist?
Of your imagination.
exist?
That's why I said you're
Where does it
extremist.
exist? Where does it exist?
Over there and find out. It's
Over
a real
there.
place, bro.
Over there.
That's what I'm saying.
Over there.
That's what I'm saying.
You gotta go over there.
You don't have to. You can go.
Listen.
Just go on CNN. It's like,
Okay,
I really
hold on.
care about you. Show you this place called Palestine.
Hold on. If there is a country called Palestine, can you tell me where their borders
Now
are
you're
located?
saying there's a country called Palestine. Now you're saying something different.
Wait, hold on. So you agree there's no country called Palestine?
There was no, I don't agree with that.
So then tell me where that country is. Tell me where their country is.
Internationally known.
Tell me where their country
that
is.
doesn't exist.
Can you tell me where the borders are?
How would I know? 1776.
Listen, hold on.
So just because before it becomes a place, it does not mean
relax.
it doesn't exist. We're speaking about existence. We're not speaking about a country. We're speaking about existence.
You're one of these talk over people. Listen, we're gonna have to take turns talking. I just want to get this out, and I want to hear what you have to say because, like, I'm a full believer in platforming stupidity. So I want to hear from you for sure. But let me get something out. If I were on a tour of the Middle East and I had a backpack, at what point would I cross over a border and enter this imaginary place that exists in your mind called Palestine?
Can I answer?
Well, I was talking to Zayn, but did he tap out already?
And you can answer that. That is a terrible question. Like, it's not even in reality. Speaking like that.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, you got it, Emperor.
Hold on. And Emperor, go ahead. Can you tell me where at what point? Give me the latitude and longitude of the border lines so I would know when I'm in Palestine.
Okay. Well, I don't remember the latitude and longitude off the top of my head, but the border
Imagine that.
Palestine. Well, do you remember the longitude and latitude of Israel? Like, is that a requirement to have a conversation?
No, not a requirement at all. So go ahead and in your own words, tell me where the border of Palestine begins and ends.
Okay, so for something like 147 countries that recognize Palestine, they recognize it as the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem. That would be Palestine.
Hold on. Okay, got it. So they recognize this as a state. Because states kind of have like these characteristics. Who is the prime minister, president, or leader of this country called Palestine that's recognized, as you say, by nations? Who's the leader of Palestine?
If I remember correctly, Mohammed Mustafa would be, if I remember correctly.
What did you say?
Our current prime minister.
What name did you say?
Yeah, what was the name, Emperor, that you just gave of the to be the leader of the imaginary place of Palestine?
Mohammed Mustafa, if I remember correctly.
Fascinating. Yoav, you want to take that?
Maybe you mean Mahmoud Abbas, but he's not the prime minister of nothing.
Well, he asked specifically for prime minister. I gave that prime minister.
No, he's not prime minister, he's not president, he's not nothing.
I'm not talking about Mahmoud Abbas. I'm talking about the specific prime minister of Palestine, which was the question.
Okay, who is it?
If I remember correctly, right? What's his name? Mahmoud Mustafa.
I have to Google it because I never heard of Mahmoud Mustafa or there's a prime minister of Palestine because there is no Palestine.
Okay, that's a different conversation.
There's a Palestinian Authority, but it's not a recognized state just because some countries recognize it. Let me add, are the Kurds a country?
So Abbas would be the president of Palestine. But again, we're talking about from the perspective of countries that recognize Palestine and the borders that I mentioned. Some countries do not recognize Palestine. So it's depending on who you ask.
Okay, are the Kurds a country?
Sorry?
Is Kurdistan a country?
Kurdistan, I don't think any country on earth recognizes Kurdistan as a country.
Of course they do.
Well, maybe I'm incorrect. Who recognizes Kurdistan as a country?
Well, first of all, the Kurds recognize themselves as people. Are they people?
No, I mean other states. Which other states recognize Kurdistan as a country? For example, Palestine is recognized by 147 countries, if I remember correctly, which would be 10 less than they are recognized by Israel. Right? So Palestine is recognized by 147, and plus minus, I don't remember the exact numbers, but around that number. Right?
Do you recognize, is Israel a country?
I recognize Israel as a country, yes.
Mm-hmm. And what makes a country?
Well, again, it's a recognition by other states, which the capacity to govern.
Okay, so anyone who recognizes someone as a country, if I recognize the Kurds as a country, so they're a country?
If you're a state, in your eyes, again, we don't, in a world of international law, we don't have emperors that grant recognition to a country.
Well, hold on. I want to jump in here real quick because we were talking about Kurdistan for a second. So, Iraqi Kurdistan is recognized by the Iraqi Constitution of 2005. It has its own government. So, would you also? So, Ipper, would you? So you don't consider Kurdistan a country, but even though it's recognized as such,
it is autonomous. It is recognized, but it doesn't make it a separate state. It makes it an autonomous.
Okay, so now use the mental gymnastics to that will claim that that's not a country, but somehow this imaginary place of Palestine.
I'm sorry, like this mojo, like I'm trying to, I don't know, that's not a, okay, give me one international, we were talking about international recognition as a state, not as an autonomous region within a different state. Those are two different things. Autonomous regions are autonomous regions. They can have their own governance, right? But they are still autonomous regions. Like Crimea, right, was inside Ukraine, not a separate state. It was an autonomous region before the annexation by the Russians, right? So Kurdistan is an autonomous region. It is recognized as autonomous region. It doesn't need foreign state recognition to be an autonomous region. It's a business of in this case, Iraqi government, whether parts of Iraq are autonomous or not autonomous. So those are completely different things.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you are consistently inconsistent when it comes to recognizing what a country is. Countries typically are identified by having things such as borders. Countries typically have their own currency. Countries typically have their own government. They have, in many cases, they have their own military to some extent. What we have in by the way, let's stop calling it the West Bank. Let's call it by its proper name. You're referring to Judea and Samaria. I don't know why you decide to play these games. Again, this is the woke mind virus that still persists, where when we talk about the objective reality that there is no country called Palestine, it makes your guys' head explode. You guys will stretch the definition of things like of genocide to try to fit a narrative because you know it sounds bad, but that's not what's happening, and everybody knows it. The other thing that I think, hold on, I'm almost done. Respectfully, the biggest problem that happens here is that you guys are so tied to a political narrative that hates the state of Israel, hates Zionists, and let's be honest, you hate Jews. And because of this hatred that you harbor in your hearts, you do not want to recognize Israel as a state. Because those same entities that you said that were so valid that recognize Palestine, those are countries that do not accept the acknowledgement that Israel is its own country. And by the way, these people that quote unquote are Palestinians, they were offered fucking statehood multiple times and decided, nah, we don't want that. We'd rather go to war because we hate the Jews. Now tell me where...
if you were talking to me, I recognize Israel. I don't have a problem with Israel existing. I haven't made any political statements. I just merely mentioned a fact that 147 countries recognize Palestine as a state. I think that's an objective reality, right? We can look it up. We can look up their foreign minister statements on recognition, right? Whether you think or your country thinks Palestine exists or not, or recognized, we can talk about that, but it's an objective reality that Palestine as a country is recognized by 147 other countries. Can you concede that?
No, and let me ask you this. The last time that you flew into quote-unquote... Hold on. The last time you flew into quote-unquote Palestine, what did the passport stamps?
I don't know. I didn't fly to Palestine.
Amazing. Amazing. You didn't fly to Narnia either.
Well, that doesn't deny the very easily verifiable claim that 147 or something around that number of countries recognize Palestine as a state within the borders that I mentioned. Are we talking about, I'm not even super pro-Palestine. I'm pro-human rights. I'm a Zionist in many quarters of this app because I think that Israel should exist within the internationally recognized borders of Israel. I don't know who you're talking about.
So, Emperor, what do you think happened on October 7th?
I think on October 7th, it was a terrorist attack, and it was very...
By whom? Executed by whom?
By Hamas and other affiliated groups. It wasn't only Hamas, right? That committed war crimes, committed violence against civilians. They should be prosecuted if possible. If not possible, I think Israeli self-defense against specifically, right, not Article 2 self-defense under the UN Charter, but self-defense under conditions of occupation is valid, right? So in those terms, I support the self-defense of Israel. I moreover say that Hamas attack on October 7 constitutes either extermination or maybe even rise to definition of genocide, in my opinion. So I don't know who you're talking to, but
I'm talking to a room full of people that think that Palestine exists. Well, so it's interesting.
Well, again, on that specific claim, can we get to an agreement that 147 countries recognize Palestine as a state? That's an objective reality.
Sure, so show me the characteristics of a country that they have.
Well, I said for the 147 countries, we can disagree with those 147 countries. That's not a problem. We can disagree as much as we want with them, right? But 147 countries think that the level of governance of Palestine rises to a statehood, and the other requirement for a state to be a state in their eyes. This is perspective-based. Is recognition by 100 countries.
Are you aware of where the term Palestine came from?
I guess Roman. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not an anthropologist.
You're right.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. So when the Romans were the ones that were controlling this area, there was a revolt where the Israelis were wanting to defend themselves, and the Romans decided that after squashing an uprising, they decided that they would name this land Palestina. And the reason they did this was because they wanted to agitate the Jewish people, because in the Bible it talks about battles with the Philistines, and so the Romans thought, oh, we'll name it Palestine. This will annoy them, and so. And then other empires have come through there. The Byzantine Empire. I have to go through the history lesson because most of you people don't know this stuff, and so some people think that there was a country called Palestine long ago, and that they're just trying to reclaim this. The name came from the Romans. It persisted. In fact, the Byzantines even chopped it down even smaller and had Palestina this, Palestina that. And it wasn't until much later that terrorist groups that decided that they wanted to be militant and they didn't want statehood. Let's be clear. The Palestinians, quote unquote, whoever they may be, creating this label by fiat, they had chances to have their own state. Multiple times were offered statehood, and they rejected statehood and instead opted for, we want to fight against the Jews in Israel because they hated Jews and they did not want a state for Jewish people to call their own. And what I just said was fucking factual. I'm gonna go ahead and pause. Tell me the fact that I got wrong. Tell me the fact that I got wrong. Hold on. Emperor, you're going to shut the fuck up. We're going to go to Zayn, who decided to interrupt me.
Man, have some respect. Have some respect for that, man.
Hey, you shut the fuck up. Are you a grown man? You shut your fucking mouth. Okay, listen, I'm gonna fucking get your ass. Listen, you interrupted me. That's why I'm fucking calling you out. I'm gonna give you a chance to talk. You said that what I said was incorrect. I'm gonna go ahead and post facts in the chat, and you can read them if you are able to read, and maybe we'll read them to you. That might work better. But I want you to tell me exactly what you said I was wrong about before I go and I post the facts in the chat for everybody to understand how fucking stupid you are.
Hey, you're an idiot, first and foremost. All right? You're dealing with Palestine. The earliest civilizations known to man dwelt there. All right? You had Canaanites that dwelt in the land. All right? Well before Rome was even a thing. You know what I'm saying? See how crazy you sound?
No,
you see how crazy you sound? Well, facts. You made mention of the Bible. This is beautiful, and you don't know the scriptures, because if you did, you would know that before the Israelites even entered into the land, it was a Canaanite land. All right, and Joshua took it from them. All right, so these are the sons of Ham. All right,
when was it called Palestine? You fucking retard.
You idiot. The Palestine. When was it called Palestine? It always was Palestine.
No, incorrect.
Yes.
Let me go ahead and post some facts. I'm going to go ahead and post some facts. Hold on. Quick question.
Simple.
No, you're just a retard. First of all, I wish Marshall would come back because we have a history.
Marshall can't save you.
Well, hold on. Well, no, hold on. Hold on. This is hilarious. So let me just make this clear. Stay your fucking clown ass on mute while I'm talking. If you interrupt me, I'm just going to move you down. And it's not because I don't want to hear what you have to say. It's because you're interrupting. I want to make this clear. There was no Palestine. The name Palestine came from the fucking Romans. To agitate the Jews. So this is a fucking fact. And two things I just want to point out. Not only do I have a history expert on the stage, I have a theological expert on the stage. They could keep me honest on both the history and the Bible. But go ahead and tell me exactly where you think I was wrong. No, I want the guy that told me that he thought I was wrong to answer where he thought that I was.
It's terrible. Yeah. Noah had 3 sons: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. All right. Out of Ham, all right, you get Cush, Mizraim, different nations. All right. before the children of Israel went into that land, the land of Canaan, Canaanites, all right? These are Hamitic tribes of people, all right? The Philistines.
It's in the north, Philistines in the south.
Philistines, all right, occupied that land. This is way before the Roman empires, centuries. Anybody coming with the notion that this was started by the time 2,000 years ago, when the Romans just came into power, is out of their mind, bro.
No, we're not. I'm looking.
Out of their mind, bro.
Say, no one is saying, no one is saying, I don't think that you can't go back to this geographic spot and trace a bunch of different people groups that have lived there, right? Nobody is denying that. But what's the continuity between that group and what we're calling today Palestine and the group, the entity that people are advocating for? It's not a nation state. These are territories with. What is the continuity there? And you haven't established any continuity between the Philistines or any other group.
Keep in mind, he's speaking about the existence of this place called Palestine, right?
Yeah, but when he's saying that, he doesn't mean the land.
I'm gonna land real quick. Really quick, right? Somebody brought up a beautiful point, all right? What he's trying to do is he's trying to say, basically, because of the majority of the nations does not think this place exists, now it doesn't exist. And he's trying to rewrite history and start it from maybe 1948 or whatever he wants to, or even up until this day. The brother brought up a beautiful point. Crimea. Russia annexed Crimea, right? It was once a part of the Ukraine, right? Depending on who you speak to, is what this place is going to be called. You can call it whatever you want to call it. It does not negate the fact that this place, this physical, geographical location existed already. Whether the UN nations acknowledge Crimea as being a Russian province and the rest of the Luhansk and the Donbass and whatever regions they're trying to conquer, you can debate that. But what he's talking about, Mojo, is the existence of this place and the existence of Palestine.
Yeah, and so Zion,
well before the Romans.
Zion, I'll say this again. There has never, throughout human history, ever been a nation state called Palestine. Period. End of story.
Okay, so this is irrelevant, materially irrelevant for the purposes of international law and existence or legitimation or non-legitimation of states. Iraq is a state recognized by everybody. The name of the state, Iraq, nobody knows where it comes from. It's a British invention. That doesn't legitimate a state, right? Historic claims of, Marshall, I knows, maybe it's named the river or something. Nobody knows. The archival record on why Iraq was named Iraq is apparently.
Dude, I always explain to people as the French and the British dude got drunk together, covered one eye on each, they each covered one eye because they were so hammered, and then drew up the Middle East, and that's how we got the current shape.
Yeah,
if the Frenchman and the Englishman hadn't been drunk, maybe it had countries that made more sense.
Yeah, so again, that doesn't mean Iraq isn't a country, right? It is recognized both by the United States and the rest of the UN member states. So one correction.
The difference between Iraq and Palestine is Iraq is a nation state, has a history as a nation state, which Palestine doesn't, right? That doesn't mean that doesn't say anything about the treatment.
Iraq, it doesn't have any history. Again, Iraq is an invented nationality, as all nationalities are invented, right? And coming from Americans, right? That is a relatively modern nationality. It's very strange to hear.
The difference between Iraq and the United States, right, is they both have a history as a nation state, which Palestine doesn't have a history as a nation state.
This is irrelevant for the purposes of international law, completely irrelevant, right? And for the purposes of recognition of a state as a state, right, as of May 2025, the majority of countries of the world recognize the state of Palestine as a sovereign state.
Emperor, do the Palestinians consider themselves a state?
Palestinian as in yes, they consider themselves as a state.
So why have they rejected statehood 7 times?
They haven't rejected statehood. They have maintained the statehood over all territory of mandatory.
Now you're telling lies. Sorry, they've been offered the state by Israel 7 times and they rejected it. You don't know this?
So Palestinian statehood, right? Palestinians. That's a deal with Israel in which they accept, let's say, land for peace framework, right? In which
land for statehood.
Okay, the statehood would be recognition by Israel. Recognition by Israel is important for Palestinians, right? It would be end to the conflict, etc., right? But it doesn't mean statehood, because I said, again, as of mid-2025, the majority of countries in the world recognize the state of Palestine as a sovereign state. Israel is not the only country in the world that doesn't have a veto power over recognition of Palestine as a sovereign state.
You're not answering my question. They don't recognize themselves as a state. Otherwise,
Were you referring to the two-state agreement?
No, we're going to do one at a time.
Right, that's the statehood that they claim. They recognize mandatory Palestine as Palestine.
So why didn't they accept it as a state?
Well, we have to ask them. But as if you're claiming that they don't recognize themselves as a state, that's incorrect, right?
Why?
But
they rejected statehood. They rejected
for Palestinians. I'm speaking on international law. I'm not speaking for Palestinians.
Okay, so I accept Narnia as a state. So what? Narnia doesn't exist. Do the Palestinians accept themselves as a state? No, they rejected statehood, not by Israel. They've been offered by.
That's incorrect.
Hold on. Let me just weigh in with this. Let me just weigh in with this, right? So we all know the conversations about one state solution versus two state solution. If they're already a state, why would we be debating whether there's a one or two state solution that's necessary?
Well, the factual international law reality, right, that it is two-state. The two-state or one-state solution is debate within Israel on how to proceed on those issues and how to make or not make deal with Palestine. It seems that Israel doesn't want two-state solution. It has just a few hours ago, I think, right, accepted in the Knesset annexation of West Bank, right, which would be the Palestinian territory under international law, including United States.
So let me ask you this. If you wanted me to meet you halfway. So culturally, there's an acceptance that these people are claiming, hey, this is our stuff. But you would agree with this statement that Palestine has never had a fully sovereign, independent nation state.
Yeah, I'll agree.
That's all I'm saying.
But they do have, Roger, the same status in the UN as the Vatican, right? They're non-member observer state. I'm sorry, of the UN. So they have a strange kind of status.
Right. So, but they're not recognized as a state. They're dealt with and acknowledged culturally and politically, but in the legal sense, there's never been a state, and that's my entire point that people want to argue against. It's never been a state ever in history.
You're using the Westphalian idea of state, correct?
We could use the international recognition of a state. They're not internationally recognized as a state.
That's not what they are. Like Westphalian.
No, they're not. They're not. No, they're not. No.
Can I? States are built on. So let me not ask the question. Just because it seems like you're thinking about nation state in terms of the Treaty of Westphalia, the nation state as a whole. That is
that is totally different from being an organic region of people or something along those lines.
This entire argument,
we apply now. Seems like we're applying country status differently than people lived in 1,000 years ago, for example. Obviously.
Marshall, this entire argument, in my opinion, boils down to how you define statehood. And so, just a basic definition, just Google AI, it's the most generic definition I could find, probably. The detailed criteria says a permanent population refers to a stable community of people residing within a defined territory. I would argue that's not true about Palestinians. It defines territory. A state must have a specific and identifiable territory with defined boundaries. Government. There must be a functioning government capable of exercising control over the territory and population. And then capacity to enter into relations with other states, and then recognition by other states. So what I'm hearing is an argument by some people that covers one or two of these points, but nothing covers all these points, because if you actually include all these points that I just read to you, it's clearly not a state.
Okay, Mike, that is dependent on who you're asking. By who I mean which state, right? Some states think that it passes those thresholds. Some states.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Some states don't think it. If a state thinks it, it has to justify it.
Majority of states in United Nations members recognize Palestine.
Okay, wait, I was just, hang on. I was just really clear with you, okay? Please tell me what state can objectively prove that there is a defined territory in a government of the Palestinian state. They have to prove that exists in order to think they're a state. If they just say we think it's a state and they can't show evidence for those 2 points or these 5 points, I don't care what they say. It's just words. It's not real.
Like, okay, whether words are real, like, doesn't matter to me. Like,
whether or not words are real doesn't matter to you? Really? Is that really the summary of your...
Yeah, I'll let you speak. Let me finish. Right?
Okay, go for it. Can't wait to learn from you.
A very basic fact. Unless we can agree on this very basic fact, we can kind of move on, right? That as of mid-2025, the majority of countries in the world, the UN member states, recognize Palestine within the boundaries of Gaza, West Bank, and East Jerusalem. East Jerusalem is a little contentious here and there, but in those boundaries as a sovereign state. That is a fact. In their opinion, the state of Palestine meets the criteria that you outlined.
What's their functioning government in those three areas?
The Palestine Authority, as it is known, is the government of Palestine. Every country that you
in Gaza too, Emperor.
Yes, in Gaza. Hamas is not considered a legitimate government of anything.
Really?
In a single state that maybe there is an exception that somebody recognizes.
So we're at war with the Palestinian Authority. That's what you're saying, not with Hamas.
I'm not. This is a different. That depends how you view the war with Hamas. If you view the war with Hamas as an Article 2 UN self-defense clause, that means that you're at war with Palestine. If you're at war with a non-governmental actor, then you're at war with Hamas.
Okay, but Emperor, remember what I read to you is that a functioning government means that it's capable of exercising control over the territory and the population. In my opinion, the Palestinian Authority is not capable of exercising control over Gaza.
I mean, I won't disagree with you. In my opinion, that doesn't deny the fact, right, that international actors, the states that I mentioned, recognize Palestine as this is a contentious point, right? Like Ukraine is unable to exercise authority over Crimea, Donbass, and is under occupation. That doesn't remove the legitimate recognition of Ukraine as encompassing those territories. That's not necessarily an argument. Just because a state is temporarily unable, is under occupation by another state, and is unable to exercise force or governance over its full territory. I would say historically there are examples of government in exile that they kept their recognition, right?
Yes.
That's in
France and yes, the Netherlands, right? No, not the Netherlands. God, it's one of the Nordic countries that I can't remember, but like those two, right?
Yeah. So effective, like those things are on balance, right? You don't necessarily need, and again, this is political. It depends on political orientation of countries and how they view international law. But again, full control over states is not like a full hard requirement. We have seen precedents in international law in history that recognition is not voided just because part of the territory, full territory, is under occupation by another state.
I have a question.
Yeah, that sounds valid.
If I may, Nerdy, what other period in history comes to mind that would describe this, noting that it probably won't be the Westphalian definition of state, it may be a city-state example or a larger regional example, but I'm kind of curious. You and I both like antiquity, that's your name. So I'm kind of curious, can you think of any parallels in ancient or near modern history that might track with recognition of a state or quasi-recognition of an autonomous zone, something along those lines?
Honestly, I'll have to look it up. Marshall can do it off the top of my head and have a call. But I'll look it up in a second.
No worries, man. I linked at the top of the room for everybody. This comes from a website known as Intelus, Everyday Orientalism. Egypt, the Levant, the long history of connections and exchanges. This post will focus on a period spanning the Paleolithic period, 4500 3500 BC, the Iron Age, 1200 BC to 586 BC. Since the Paleolithic period is 45 to 3500 BC, populations from the Levant, modern day, this is a Scholastic article, Palestine / Israel, Lebanon, southern Syria, and Jordan reached the Nile Delta while the Egyptians established themselves as the southern Levantine area known as Canaan, e.g. Tel Sikon near Gaza, or near current-day Gaza. Wow, I didn't realize it was archaeological site.
I got a question for Emperor. Emperor, do you recognize, or we can ask the international question, but do you personally recognize Liberland?
What's that? I'm sorry. I don't know.
Oh, it's amazing that you've never heard of it. It's kind of like Palestine. Between Serbia and Croatia, there's a tiny country called Liberland. Vit Jedlica is the president of this tiny country. It's the first really libertarian nation in the entire planet. I'm surprised that somebody that's that understands geopolitics as well as you do, that you haven't heard of this country. And so if you've never heard of them, I'm guessing you don't recognize them as a country.
I mean, honestly, I'm familiar with some of those concepts, but or projects rather, libertarian kind of focus projects. But I have never read anything discussed.
Well, I would ask you to take a look at it, because it seems like Liberland meets far more of the criteria that Mike had read to us about what makes a country, and I'm just curious, like it's like this fascination with the people that hate Jews, is why we talk about this imaginary place called Palestine, but a country that actually meets those characteristics, nobody's even heard of it.
Well, I think it's on the territory of another country, right? Probably, or
it is sovereign. It is a sovereign nation, and it borders Croatia and Serbia.
Well, I think Croatia and Serbia have different ideas on the borders part, but it doesn't have any recognition by anyone. Any other state.
Serbia and Croatia do not reject the sovereignty of Liberland. In fact, they've opened diplomatic relationships with Liberland.
Well, I don't see explicit. Okay, well, I learned about this 5 minutes ago, so I don't know anything about it. I'll read about it though. It's interesting.
Yeah, well, just so you know, I'm an ambassador for the U.S. to Liberland. So if you want to learn more, just.
Emperor, I'm interested. Do you think there's a genocide in Gaza?
I think that at this point, the ICC backed claims on extermination is valid. I think the using starvation as a weapon of war is valid, which poses a significant legal issue for Israel in terms of the accusation of genocide. I think they're going to be hard pressed to defend themselves, right? I think Israel is already guilty, and according to a lot of Israeli lawyers too, that Israel is already failed on at least one count of the Genocide Convention, which is failure to, I don't remember the specific wording, but basically failure to prevent calls to genocide or something like that, right? Yeah, I think South Africa has a strong case. I think there is. Yeah.
So is the reason they haven't been genocided yet over the last 12 months, is it because Israel just sucks at genocide, or is it because I guess because they ran out of bombs to carpet bomb? Because it seems to me that if Israel wanted to wipe them out, they could have done it in 12 months. Am I missing something?
You mean in a week, Mike? In 1 week?
So what am I missing? Help me understand how they're so incredibly bad at genociding, even though they have a perfect example in the Holocaust. I mean, they could just be like setting up concentration camps, right? I mean, they have experience at least on the other end of that. So I just don't understand why Israel's so horrible at genocide.
They're the most powerful military in the region.
Right. I mean, it seems to me that like there's a million ways they could wipe them out, right? They could just lie to them and tell them to go to the safe area, and then they could just carpet bomb the safe area. Like that'd be the fastest way, right? In other words, it doesn't seem like there's any way the Gazans would be alive today if Israel wanted to wipe them off the face of the earth. So Mike, I'm curious why you can say that it's genocide when Israel is incredibly bad at it.
Look, there are two conversations. Are you talking about the merits of the argument in international law, or you're talking about, because that's not an argument under international law, right? I can give you.
I'm talking about just throwing out the word genocide when they're not actually being actively wiped off in a very efficient fashion. I want to know. It's really simple. I don't even want to debate either one of those things. I want you to tell me why Israel's so bad at genociding them.
Oh, I think I personally would agree with President Smotrich saying that the international community wouldn't let them unless it is basically slow enough for the international community to close their eyes. So I agree with President Smotrich.
Oh, so they're taking their time, like the Nazis, instead of putting in like multiple ovens, they just throw in 2 ovens and just take their time. Is that the goal?
Well, again, that's according to President Smotrich. I have no insight into the pressures and the decision-making of the Israeli officials deciding on this issue, other than what's said public, and part on where President Smotrich said that the international community wouldn't allow them, right?
So is the population, hang on, so they're taking their time, got it. Okay, so I'm going to take your word for that, okay? They're taking their time. Is the population decreasing then? I imagine if they're taking their time, they're surely making the numbers smaller rather than bigger, right? I mean, that'd be horrible if you're taking your time and the population is actually increasing at the same time. That would be like that's like a failure of actually taking your time to genocide. So are the overall numbers reducing then?
Again, that is irrelevant to the...
it's not irrelevant at all, because genocide means wipe out. So it's not irrelevant to argue whether or not the number's increasing or decreasing. See, I can believe you a little bit when you say, oh, they're taking their time to be sneaky about it because the world would get really mad at them otherwise. Got it. But are they decreasing the population at all? Because if they're taking their time and the population is increasing, then they're not even effectively slowly genociding. They're failing at that too, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, again, Mike, if you are having a good faith argument, the definition of the genocide under the Genocide Convention that Israel signed has no wording about population growth or decline. In fact, genocide is a crime against the group or a part of the group, according to the definition of genocide.
To do what? To do what to the group? To help them grow?
Well, I don't think killing a bunch of people based on their ethnic, religious, whatever characteristics, and then the population growth naturally overtaking those.
Wait, hold on. So genocide doesn't mean with extermination. Genocide just means killing somebody because of their religion.
Well, we can look up that.
Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Hold on. So, Emperor, so you said targeting them based on their religion or ethnic makeup. Do you believe that's happening? Because it's the my understanding, as is most of the people in the civilized world, that what they're actually doing is intentionally targeting the enemy combatants in Hamas, who are cowards, so they hide behind women and children, which is also, as you know, a war crime. But did you mean what you said, that you think that Israel is targeting people based on their religion and ethnicity?
Yeah. I mean, that's not only Bible. ICC believes that to some extent, right? Because they accused Netanyahu of exterminating Palestinians as a group. They didn't raise the level of the arrest warrant to genocide, but they did raise it to the level of extermination, which is also a war crime. But again, the Genocide Convention does not require to destroy the group as a whole. In fact, it is the word-specific wording is any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, or racial, or religious group as such.
It sounds to me like you're not familiar with like the ratios of civilian death versus enemy combatants, specifically in urban warfare. Because if we were to make comparisons to other similar conflicts, what the IDF is doing is so precise that it calls into question how imprecise those other urban warfare campaigns were. Are you familiar with the ratios of civilian to enemy combatant death tolls in an urban setting? Are you familiar?
Yeah, I read the arguments of John, what's his name? I forgot. Yeah, I read it. It was like some time ago, so I don't remember them off the top of my head. But that argument does nothing in terms of genocide, violation of genocide convention, right? Mostly because you also have presence of use of hunger as a weapon of war, which targets people as a group, right? And not only combatants, which would be a definition of collective punishment. And if sufficient amount of deaths arise with the knowledge of the perpetrators from hunger, right, that would be another argument in favor of Israel actually committing genocide, right?
The mental gymnastics are good with you. They had an Olympic sport for it.
Not having to talk the merits on international law. The conversation is somewhere else. Like, I'm not saying Israel is, like, I honestly think that at this point, the argument on the side that Israel is committing genocide is mostly due to the fault of Israel itself, right? And Israeli lawyers in public warned the Israeli government that it needs to clamp down on the calls for genocide, which are 24/7 broadcast on Israeli channels and voiced by a lot of Israeli public officials. That isn't helping their case, because one of the most thorny issues in genocide convention and prosecution genocide is intent to destroy. And if that thing is squared, which it seems that it is mostly because of the voluminous amount of public pronunciations, and then voluminous amount of TikToks that kind of showcase that those pronunciations by politicians are also recognized for what they are by the people on the ground, right? Combined with the policy of starvation, is kind of, getting to the level of textbooks case of genocide.
So give me an example of a war that is not a genocide.
Lots of wars are genocide. I don't know, the most recent one, Azerbaijan or Armenia, wouldn't be a genocide.
Why? People are dying, they're genociding them.
Sure. People are dying, doesn't mean it's a genocide.
What's the difference?
I'm not going to make your argument for you. You tell me if you're claiming that some other war is a genocide and is international.
What about the United States against the Taliban?
Against the Taliban, I'm familiar with a lot of violations of international law in that case, but I don't think it raises to the level of genocide. I wouldn't be able to make the argument.
I mean, they're literally trying to wipe the Taliban out completely. Like, they tried everything they could to destroy every single one of them, and they did not try to do it slowly. So I'm confused.
Do you consider Taliban an ethnic group, religious group, sufficiently, or again, I'm not going to make people's arguments for them. You're saying that the United States is committing genocide against Taliban, make the argument.
Oh no, I was just asking if you thought they were, but I guess they're not technically an ethnic group. I guess they're a lot like Hamas, essentially. They're a group of people within the ethnic majority that have grouped themselves together for more extreme purposes.
By the way, the Palestinians are not an ethnic group either. What's their ethnicity?
Well, for the purposes.
Oh yeah, that's confusing.
Well, for the purposes, ICJ has already ruled on it, on this issue, and I guess ICC too, ICC a little bit more, right? But for the purposes of this case, right, Palestinians are recognized as a group specifically for the purposes of genocide convention. So that part is already closed.
So, Kemper, I have a question for you. When you look at the attacks of October 7th, you would agree that Israel has a duty to respond to that, correct?
Yes, but again, if we're talking about international law, there are several duties, and I disagree with some of the duties that we all colloquially call self-defense and agree with others. I do think that Israel has a right of self-defense. I don't think Israel has a right of self-defense under Article 2 of UN.
So how would you go after Hamas if you were called the shot?
Well, I'm not a military planner. You will have to ask a military planner, but I would go with.
That's convenient.
I would go in a way that doesn't violate obligations of Israel that Israel itself agreed to. Specifically, genocide convention and Geneva Convention and other conventions that Israel is violating.
Are you familiar with the stated goals of the war?
Well, they keep changing, but remind me.
To eliminate Hamas and to return the hostages.
Okay.
So which of those two do you disagree with?
None of them.
Which of those two represents a genocidal intent?
None of them.
So where's the genocide?
Well, that's not the only thing that has been uttered by the Israeli politician, right? That's what Israeli own lawyers were warning the politicians of Israel to concentrate on those two names, right? And not speak in genocidal terms, which they, I guess, can't help themselves, but can't speak also in genocidal terms, right? Against the whole Palestinian population.
Who speaks in genocidal terms?
I don't know. There are public databases of Israeli politicians calling for extermination, nuking Palestine, and reoccupying and resettling Palestine, and things that go beyond those two, to me, agreeable aims of the war, right?
And are those statements recognized by the government?
Well, I think
no.
The thing that you need.
The answer is no.
Yeah, that kind of doesn't matter for the purposes of the trial, on how it's going to proceed, you have to show that, which is generally is the hard thing to show, right? That soldiers on the ground dismiss politicians that say this type of stuff, right? But seems to be ample proof and evidence. Again, I'm not arguing the whole case here, but there seems to be ample proof and evidence that soldiers on the ground, because they post so many videos online, that they understood those politicians that may not be like even part of the government, right, or may be Smotrich, and like they hold high positions of office. One of them is responsible for internal security, etc., right? So their utterances matter for the purpose of the trial. But if soldiers, if you can show that soldiers do not dismiss those type of utterances, then it would be fine. But there is a lot of evidence that soldiers on the ground actually understand that the purpose of the war is extermination.
What's a politician that's not recognized by its government? What is that person? Is that just a civilian?
I don't know. Well, not recognized. I guess how I would understand it, like somebody said something in Parliament, like in the United States, in Congress, you have like crazy politicians and they say stuff, right? Unless the stuff that they say is actually, let's say, the United States is engaged in war, unless a soldier on the ground, let's say in Afghanistan, understands the code by that politicians in Congress, although he or she holds office and speaks for constituents, but if the soldier dismisses it, right, and only follows the chain of command and its orders, it doesn't go outside of the chain of command, then it's kind of irrelevant, right?
Well, I'm still thrown off a little bit. I guess you haven't showed me an example of an Israeli quote unquote politician who is called for genocide. Like, who's an elected politician? I mean, the equivalent of a Senate or a congressman in the United States or whatever it is in their system. Are you telling me? I'll just take your word for it. You're telling me there's some of those people in Parliament in Israel, like officially. Like they have a position and they've called for genocide. There's examples of that. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, in their extermination, nuking Gaza, stuff like that, wipe the Gaza off the face of the earth. It is, sadly, like I'm not celebrating it. I agree with Israeli lawyers themselves that warrant. I can post you the public letter by Israeli own lawyers, not some leftist people who held government offices, etc., well-respected lawyers in Israel that have warned them that what you're doing is violation of genocide convention because it's going to be used in the court to prove that you're violating genocide convention. One of the points of those is failure to prevent calls for genocide, right? But yeah, wipe Gaza off the face of the earth, making a parking lot, nuke Gaza, but like, come on, you haven't seen it? Like, I can pull it up if you want.
What, on TikTok?
So you basically say the Israeli parliament has its own MGTs. Got it. I understand.
Yeah.
So it's not the official policy of Israel to genocide Gaza. You agree with that? You just hear voices of politicians, rogue politicians, saying stuff, saying shit, and some lawyers saying genocide, but it's not the official policy of Israel's government.
Well, the genocide convention doesn't require for it to be like officially stated policy that we're going to genocide a population, right? Like it's a little bit consequentialist in that sense.
So why aren't we genociding them if that's the policy?
Well, if you're asking my personal opinion, this is irrelevant to like the merits of the case on violation of genocide convention. My opinion is that there is pressure from international community that is sufficient enough to deter Israel to basically slow walk it. That's the
So how can we slow walk it more than we do? We have boots on the ground. We didn't have to have boots on the ground. We could have carpet bombed them and be over with it in 2 days. How can we more slow walk it? Israeli soldiers are dying.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I think this is not in Israelis' own interest to continue this, right? Like I think this should I think this is
Why not? Hamas is not wiped out yet.
okay, but if wiping out Hamas completely, right, and is going to cost Israel its international standing, it's going to cost Israel decades of prosecution of genocide and international legitimacy. I'm not saying like.
So basically, you're saying. Basically, you're saying that the allegations. This is the pressure that is on Israel, and you're actually right. This is exactly the playbook here, that to create like those humanitarian disasters and videos, so there would be international pressure on Israel to stop the war. But this is insane to even ask Israel to stop the war, because you know the objectives of the war. So we are ready to really end it today, but the objectives, which you said you have no problem with, should be met. And it could also be by Hamas saying there's too much damage that is happening to Gaza, there are too many civilians dying, our population is starving, we want to stop, here are your hostages, we give up. Why is that not an option?
I think it is.
Because they never offered releasing all the hostages and taking down their arms. And you need to understand, if we don't achieve, you need to understand what happens if we just stop. Like, do you really expect us to leave 50 hostages there? Do you really believe that we can let Hamas, that said that they will do it again and again and again, and that we see that they don't care for their own people, so they care for us, living like 100 meters from us? Just like think about it for a second. Does it make sense for you that Israel should stop it at any point, and that the international pressure should not be on the fucking terrorist organization that is using their own people? They know exactly what they're doing. They use the response. They have the tunnels. They could save all the women and children. They could distribute the aid in an orderly fashion, not let them like grade it. They can, like, why do we keep on hearing that like a bag of flour is $150? Who's selling it? For like 2 years, they're getting free aid. Who's selling it for $150? This is how they profit. And then when Israel is doing the GHF, they're crying like, oh my God, shooting. So it will go back to them so they can keep on profiting. This is like insanity. Like, this genocide claim is nonsense. You need to have intent. And intent is not someone saying something. And by the way, he didn't say nuke him. The radio host asked him, like, so what should we do? Should we nuke him? And then, what's his name? I forgot. He said that, well, that's one option. But what we should do is, and then he said what they will do. It was kind of, he never said that's an option. So all those things, like, even if you have a statement, you need to show like a system, okay, systematic genocide, plans, instructions, orders. You don't have it because there is no genocide. It's the opposite of genocide. If you look at the number of civilian versus militants that died, it's one of the lowest rates in like modern warfare history. That's it.
Well, I'm not going to repeat previous statements again, which is good.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating when one side starts the war, and the side that did start the war, in their own charter, and yes, I know it's been rewritten, but their own charter was the goal of wiping out Jews. And then when after Israel was attacked, they respond against this terrorist group. The terrorist group uses human shields, hiding behind civilians, women and children, and then in schools and hospitals, in churches, and then when there's collateral damage, there's these claims that Israel's not fighting fair. Here's my question: why don't these quote unquote brave soldiers of Hamas, why don't they just decide, hey, here's the battlefield, and then go line up and fight? Why are they hiding behind women and children? What's up with that? Oh, I didn't think there'd be a response.
I mean, if it's directed at me, like I said, Hamas is committing war crimes against humanity at the beginning of this exchange.
Right, and you have a civilized nation that's saying they want to defend their people, and they're going after the terrorists, which, by the way, killing the Hamas terrorists in Gaza is the best thing for the non-terrorists that live in the region.
Well, again, I think countries are bound by obligations that they voluntarily take upon themselves, and it's fair to criticize those countries that do not live up to those commitments, and especially when the overall pattern is not just self-defense, right? This is all taking place in context of occupation, annexation of Palestinian territories, and apartheid. So, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And if you want me to defend the claim of apartheid, that's pretty easy.
Yeah, but why do you say Hamas is doing war crimes, brother?
Well, October 7 clearly included quite horrific war crimes, including targeting civilians.
I disagree, brother. I disagree. I think you're falling for the Zionist propaganda.
No, again,
seriously, brother.
Okay, I'm talking about international law. From the perspective of international law, right, the conduct of Hamas definitely contain war crimes and definitely contain...
Brother, when you're being occupied, you have every right to defend yourself, especially if they're starving you, killing your kids, and if you want to go into Israel, take a couple of hostages so you know you could get your hostages freed from Israeli prisons. I feel like that's an okay strategy. And on top of that, we don't know exactly how many innocent people Hamas actually killed because of the Hannibal directive that Israel implemented on that day, which killed many Israeli civilians, brother. You understand what I'm trying to say? And a lot of the people they killed were actually Israeli previous IDF soldier. So stop with the propaganda.
Oh, come on.
Hold on. Emperor, hold on. I just hope everybody in the room sticks around for a little bit so you can see the unmasking that business is going to do here in defending terrorism. Business, go ahead. Why don't you just continue to...
Can I
defending? What do you mean I'm defending terrorists? I believe Hamas are not terrorists. They're resistant groups, and they're actually heroes to the Palestinian people. Without them, they would be completely ethnically cleansed from Gaza, and they would have been kicked out by now. But because of Hamas, this is why Gaza is still standing. Okay?
Yeah, Gaza is still here. Hold on, Emperor. Hey, don't interrupt. No, I want business to continue what he said. Tell us how good Hamas...
Honestly, brother, they're literally, I'm going to be completely honest, they're putting so much hope into the whole world because Israel, backed by the biggest superpower, America, and they can't defeat Hamas. It just shows you when you have courage and honor and you're with the truth, nobody can stop you. Nobody can get rid of you.
Well, I will say business, I appreciate you showing up and sharing your thoughts, and I'm glad that these rooms get recorded by Clubhouse because your support for a recognized terrorist organization is in the U.S. You're in very shaky ground. Hopefully, you're not in the U.S. because if you're in the U.S., you can be held accountable for the very words that you.
Freedom of speech, man.
Oh, it's freedom of speech now. So since when has it been free speech to support terrorism?
You support terrorism by supporting Benjamin Netanyahu and the IDF, okay, buddy? You are the real terrorists. You are the real evil devils of this generation, brother, not me. You're on the wrong side of history. Just because the government makes me seem like I'm a terrorist sympathizer, so be it. I'm on the right side of history. And all my generation and all the people my age and everyone around me agrees with me. And in 10 to 20 years, you're going to realize how fucked up you guys are. And you guys fucked up big time because you have a whole new generation that's going to take over certain courtrooms, in the White House. We're going to be in high positions, my generation.
Hold on. You guys are done. Let's have a conversation. So, what political party are you going to run for office?
Brother, I'm talking about my generation.
I know your generation. Your generation is
people are brainwashed.
No, listen. I'm asking you a question. Listen to the question. I know this is going to be tough for you because, it's comprehension. I'm asking a specific question. You said you're going to take over. Your generation's going to take over. Which party do you guys align with politically? Because in order to get into office, we have a two-party system here. what are you? Which party are you?
The Republicans.
Oh, interesting.
I voted for Trump, unfortunately. Like now looking at it, but before I never just was a Zionist puppet. But yeah, I voted for Trump. I'm a Trump supporter, and yeah, we're gonna be taking it over, brother, because we've completely woken up from your bullshit propaganda. We know exactly the type of tactics you guys run. We know you guys in and out, and we're not falling for it. America
Okay, I got a question. Got another question for you. Here's a quick question. Do you support the intentional targeting and killing of women and children?
Intentional.
Intentional. Yeah, the targeting of women and children. Yes.
Of course, I do not.
Okay, but Hamas, who you just said was heroes to the people, they did that.
No, that's a lie. Well, you can lie all you want, brother. Okay, but we're not falling for it. Hamas. You guys have thousands of Palestinian hostages in your prison. Okay, they attacked you guys because they want their hostages free. Okay, not only that, what do you expect when you constantly kill and torture and abuse the Palestinian people? You think they're not gonna one day wake up and defend themselves? That's exactly what happened, buddy. And you're crying about
Hold on. What do you think? Explain to me. Hold on. Explain to me. What do you think happened on October?
Do you admit that Israel?
I'm asking you a question.
Okay,
what do you think happened on October?
I believe that it was one of the greatest military operations we have ever seen in the entire world, where these small militia groups attacked one of the most highly advanced surveillance systems, and was able to run an operation where they took key hostages in order to negotiate to free thousands of other hostages in what you call Israel. But unfortunately, with
hold on.
Let me finish.
Hold on.
No, you can't tell me to hold on when
I absolutely can. Listen, the fact that you think that you have any power, look, I'm glad you're saying these things, and I'll bring you back up. What you will not do is talk over me. That will not happen. I'm going to tell you right now, I know you think that what you're saying makes some kind of sense, and I'm just glad, for the purpose of this room, that we have the unmasking of this. We have people like Emperor that want to make this, pseudo-intellectual argument of why Israel's the bad guy. But the real crux of what they believe is represented by business. I think he left, but I would welcome him to come back, because that is the genuine face of what they believe. They believe that October 7th, that the people were being heroic. That's what they fucking believe. And I'm glad Emperor heard.
I mean, I hear it all the time. Doesn't mean I have any closeness to that argument, like, at all. My position is like middle-brow European understanding of the country. So,
yeah, I mean, I think yours, Emperor, is probably not far away from most of the DNC, which supports Israel's sovereignty, but also is critical of the Israeli government, particularly blocking humanitarian aid and the fact that it doesn't give detainments due process. And of course, Israel, the justification for it is due to concerns about security from terrorists. The only thing that to me I wonder is that essentially, can Palestine, essentially though, I mean, actually, no, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, kind of Obama type policy would be close to mine. I don't think I have anything to do with this other person. Yeah, I think Israel has created a lot of its security problems through settlements and settlement expansion, which is again democratic Obama level policy issue on it. I don't think I'm even as radical on these issues as Carter would be from American presidents, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, it's always been framed as a bipartisan that, the U.S. is in favor of Israel. Because, I mean, it is true that most Americans identify as pro-Israel. But there's also polls like, for example, the overwhelming majority of Americans have supported a ceasefire after October 7th. So I don't think the data you can draw just by most Americans being pro-Israel. I mean, yeah, they do support, most Americans do support Israel's right to sovereignty, but they don't necessarily approve of all the actions of the Israeli government. So,
yeah, and the position on the kind of liberal side, like DNC, would be in alignment with, I guess, liberal Zionists in Israel and labor Zionists in Israel on these issues, although there is some changes to those too, but maybe not right now, but before the war, there would be position on it. Broadly, like two-state solution against settlement expansion, against the end to this conflict, right? And I think both European and American liberal position on those issues would be if you annex the West Bank, right? And if you annex and settle Gaza, the support for United States for Israel is going to become slowly less and less tenable. I'm not going to saying it's going to disappear. United States is going to support Israel, but the United States is losing a lot of credibility on the world stage, right? Because of this issue, right? I think current polling China overtook the United States of popularity across the world, and one of the things cited in it was support for Israeli policies, and those TikTok videos are not helping.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting though. It's like, sorry, I forgot.
Do you believe it's about a two-state solution? That it's about creating a state? Because I don't see it. I don't see it in the calls, in the chants. No, I hear it from the river to the sea. This is what I hear. And whenever there is an offer for a two-state, it's rejected. What I suggest, Emperor, that try as an experiment to put the sunglasses of an Israeli and try to see what you would accept. Because I can tell you as an Israeli, we want to live in safety and security. Give me an offer that will guarantee that I could live in safety and security, and we'll take it.
Yeah. Well, there is a standing offer from the Arab states, right? Led by Saudi on guaranteeing the security of Israel. I think when Trump is in office, you can expect support, even maybe troops on the ground as peacekeepers, Americans, and substantial.
That is not. Yeah. If you need to bring boots on the ground, that is not. I'm saying accept that Israel is here. Say we want to live next to you in peace. And that's it. If you need, if you think that Americans will come and be killed in Israel to protect Israel, then you are mistaken. It will not work.
No,
we will defend ourselves.
No, I'm saying the Arab states are willing, right? There is a standing offer that Arab states are willing to guarantee security of Israel in partnership.
How do they guarantee this? Excuse me.
By substantial influence on Palestinian state, financing everything else, policing. They'll occupy the Palestine instead of it.
Did the Palestinians agree to this?
I don't think anybody needs to agree to that for it to happen, to be honest. Other than it.
So you enforce a state on them. That's what you're saying.
So you want to replace occupation by on ethnicity. You want to decide for them that there's some. And by the way, just as a quick note, Gaza hasn't been occupied since 2005. No Jewish man, boy, child, dead or alive is there, except for the hostages. And they are self-governing since they had an election. And yeah.
I mean,
So it's not occupied.
let's not go into the detail of maritime occupation.
So it's more than this. I tell you what, because they had sovereignty there, okay, and they didn't say, okay, let's create like Gaza, like we have like finally the Zionist army left, and they took by force all those settlements that you were like saying it's such a problem for peace because of settlements, and I don't know, I can show you the images, like forcibly removing Jews, ethnically cleansing Gaza Strip from all Jews, all settlers, all their homes, like by force, okay? Even we dug up the graves because we knew what will happen to the graves if we left them there. Just think about it. So we took also the bodies. And then what happened? What did they do to all the greenhouses?
We drifted from the conversation.
I'm just saying, no, but it's part of it. You need to understand they don't want a state. Whenever they get I'm not trying to kind of go through history lane just for the fun of it. You need to see a pattern here. If you want to have a state, you need to build one, not to be handed to. When we created a state, we built one. And this is why when you're talking about two-state solution, you're giving a narrative that they're not saying. If you want to look at reality, the reality is that they want from the river to the sea, they want to push the Jews to the sea. And put the sunglasses of Israel and tell us how we can do it any more humane, moral, or just.
Yeah, well, when I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about Hamas. Hamas, I agree with you. I presume you agree with me that Hamas should not be led near governance whatsoever at all.
What is Hamas? Hamas is an ideology. The river, from the river to the sea, is Hamas. When you say,
let me answer. I'm trying to build it.
Because I want to take
Yes, well, we agree that Hamas cannot be in governance. Do you agree?
Yes, I wasn't talking about Hamas. I was talking about the ideology of the Palestinianism.
Well, the only solution to the ideology, if you put it that way, is deporting all Palestinians from Palestine. Is that your solution?
No, I'm asking for you to give me a more humane, moral, and just solution. And your solution is basically ethnic cleansing.
No, I'm not advocating for cleansing. I'm advocating.
So what is? Put the glasses of Israel, and with the interest of Israelis and Jews, okay, not just the Palestinians. Find a solution that will guarantee that we will live in safety and security on our land. And that's it.
Okay.
That is my requirement.
The solution. The problem is settled. For the solution to materialize, right? The solution.
No, because we showed you that. But this is what I told you.
Let me talk.
But I just no problem. But I just told you about the settlements. We took them out of Gaza to show you that was not the issue. It wasn't the issue.
Daniel, the settlements are not only in Gaza, right? The settlements have been expanding, right? You're right to notice a pattern from the Palestinian side, but there is also a pattern on the Israeli side that interlocks with the pattern from the Palestinian side, which is settlers, right? Which is the drive to annex territory. You're talking now in context when hours ago the Israeli Knesset passed a motion to annex West Bank, right? So it's a little bit strange to claim that the only thing that he wanted to do is to live in peace and security, because it seems he also want to annex the territory.
No. Again, you are blaming us. I'm saying put the glasses of an Israeli, okay, and offer me a solution that will guarantee that Israelis will live in safety and security. Yes, blaming us is easy. That is basically the narrative here. We are the big colonial force, whatever, I don't know, colony of what. Imperialism that want to expand, while in reality we gave back Sinai, we gave back Gaza. Dude, give me a solution.
Okay, I'm giving you a solution. Arab states have a standing offer guaranteeing Israeli security. They probably will be willing to do that in partnership with Trump, right, given their close ties. I'm talking about Saudis, to a certain extent, lesser extent, Qataris, right? And basically, to cut this conversation short, reoccupy Gaza, right, and handle all security matters in the transitional state until, and you'll have a lot of control over that. and your demands for security will be satisfied. The problem is that
Great. But Hamas needs to agree, otherwise this force will have to fight Hamas in Gaza. I'm fine, do it. Bring other people to fight Hamas instead of us. Where do I sign? Just bring me the hostages.
Well, your government is not agreeing to this proposal, right? Like there has been discussion or not letting Palestinian Authority back into Gaza.
You were talking about Saudi Arabia and Qatar and sending military to take control of Gaza.
Yeah, that's going to be done through Palestinian Authority, right? They're going to have substantial influence over Palestinian Authority. They're going to control the purse strings. They're going to rebuild Gaza.
Listen, what is missing in your proposal? Because guarantees is, with all due respect, is bullshit. Okay, when they go up and they blow up a bus in Tel Aviv, I don't think how Qatar can stop it or Saudi Arabia can stop it. This should do it's not like a simple solution. And you don't need to understand it.
The same thing about settlers. I can say
whatever you want. It doesn't matter what. I'm not playing the blame game. I'm looking at reality. You can say whatever you want. You need to understand that as time passes, people understand that we understand, okay, that they don't really want to have a two-state solution. After one offer, two offer. I don't know where you...
have a two-state solution either.
But it was offered to them many times.
Oh, God.
What? They never agreed to it. You know why they never agreed to it?
That Netanyahu was...
I'm not talking about Netanyahu. Forget about Netanyahu.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about Netanyahu. There are many, there was Olmert, there was Barak.
What happened to them?
They said no. You know why?
No, what happened to the Israeli Prime Minister that offered it? There is an extremist that talks into both sides of this issue.
I'm talking about offering them a two-state, okay? And many times, and they said no.
Okay, let me start with the freedom. I agree with you that historic opportunities have been missed.
All of them.
Whether we blame it for Palestine, I'm willing to blame Palestine partially for it, but I'm also going to blame Israel. And we can go through the history.
I don't care about the blame. Listen, at the end, we have a state, okay? And they don't. And they say, the people in the West are saying it's a two-state, they want two state. I never hear it from the Palestinians that they want two state. This is like a Western, theory.
Palestinian Authority has virtually recognized Israel in its borders.
Yes, but no one recognizes the Palestinian Authority, including the Palestinians themselves. This is why they cannot control them. This is why you have Jenin as a terror hub. They cannot control them.
Thanks to years of undermining of Palestinian Authority by Netanyahu.
Listen. I think that you think very low of Palestinians. For example, let's take Gaza, because Gaza was they had a complete area that was complete, not like the West Bank that it's like a cheese, it's all everybody's in Gaza, an entire street. They had an election. Look at what happened, as a test study to understand what is happening. And this ideology just proves things. Dude, even in I don't know where you are, when they chant, they say from the river to the sea. This is the ideology. This is what they want. Until they will have a generation of two of de-radicalization and even
Daniel,
talking about
the same thing about Israeli settlers.
You can say, but it will not be true. You can say, but it will not be true. It will not be true. You can say it, but it will not be true.
You're annexing West Bank right now, is it not? Aren't you annexing West Bank? Didn't you just pass a motion of annexation of West Bank?
No, I don't think that. I didn't hear that.
Look at the news. It was today. You just passed a motion
on
annexation of West Bank.
Listen, if it would be, do you understand? It's a major thing, right?
Oh my God, Daniel, come on.
I'm telling you that it's. I don't know where you got it from. I can tell you what they were dealing today. There was no. I don't know who made the motion and what you call a motion, but there is zero reporting in Israeli media about it.
I'll pull it up for you.
Sure. is, again, usually there's like a grain of truth. Probably someone said something, and then someone kind of added to it, and then it became emotion, and then it became like a UN says.
Yeah, it's non-binding, but are you going to say that the Netanyahu government has no plans of annexing West Bank? Are you going to seriously implement?
There is no plan to annex West Bank.
Oh my God, come on. Here, I put it in the link. Knesset vote 71-13 for non-binding motion calling to annex West Bank.
There is no plan to annex the West Bank.
Well, 71 Israeli politicians representing people of Israel passed a motion calling for annexation of West Bank. Daniel, I'm sorry, come on.
Okay, hold on. Do you understand, I think that you're manipulating yourself. I mean, if you actually click the link, and this is why it was not even mentioned. It starts with the word symbolic, resolution, calls the West Bank, yada yada. Basically, it's a non-binding. It's a game. No, there is no plan, because I tell you why. Okay, the implications. Listen, you need to understand the way that Israel operates. It's not like I don't know, one guys decide whatever they want to do. Okay, this has legal implication. It has army implications, military implications. It's not something that is just passed below the radar. So don't fall into those statements. Look at reality. I'm talking about this two-state, and then you're finding me something that is, I don't know, a non-binding symbolic thing. I'm talking about reality.
Daniel,
look at Gaza, dude.
About reality, everybody in Israeli society knows at this point that the long-term plans, going back before October 7, right? This is why the forces that were supposed to be at the border of Gaza were relocated to West Bank, because there has been a plan for annexation of West Bank that we're executing. There are public.
Okay, dude, you're going into the no problem.
There are public statements, right, from being disappointed by Trump from Israeli politicians that he was going to grant them annexation of West Bank, right? Recognition of the annexation.
Dude, are you going into the realms of the conspiracy? No, this is new stuff.
What conspiracy? Trump granted them before the recognition of Golan Heights, right? In the quote-unquote defensive annexation. Right, this election of Trump, the hope was that they're going to finalize the annexation of West Bank, and Trump was going to give them the U.S. recognition of West Bank as part of Israel, as he did with Jerusalem. Right? This is, I'm sorry, I read more Israeli media than you do. This is reported all the time.
Sure. Anyway, what I'm talking about, maybe no, let's say that yes, but let's go back to the topic. And Gaza is a playground. Can you explain to me what happened there? Why didn't they create a state? Why didn't they start building institutions, legal frameworks, whatever you need to create a state?
Because it's under occupation, under international law. While you don't have settlements there, that doesn't mean, or you remove your settlements from there.
What does it mean? Why can't you build sewage system? Why can't you improve the water facilities?
Israel controls the ins and outs of everything. Gaza in partnership with Egypt.
So how did they get rockets?
So they can build tunnels. But hold on, let me make it sense. They can build tunnels with the concrete, but they cannot use the concrete to build sewage system. Make it make sense, please.
Daniel, you know this too, right? We know that the initial reason for the existence of tunnels wasn't military; it was economic, right? To smuggle goods from Egypt.
No. There's one time that hold on. There are tunnels that go below the border, and the rest of the hundreds of kilometers are inside Gaza. When you have hundreds of kilometers inside Gaza with border to nothing, don't tell me it's for smuggling, okay?
That's later. The initial whole project of tunnels.
What does it matter if it's later? Dude, they use the concrete to build tunnels and not to build sewage system and not to build like other stuff. Oh my God, you're missing the...
Hey, Daniel, why are you arguing with this moron? We know what the tunnels were for. They had greenhouses and a beach, and they had a setup where they could have had Qatar. And they used all that money to fight, and they have, they don't care about their children, and it's like Golda Meir said, when they love their children as much as we do, this will stop. Stop arguing with him. He's an idiot.
Do you want me to? I guess the Israeli economist that wrote about the economic network of tunnels in Gaza and the history of it is also an idiot, right? For everything you're saying, I can give you the Israeli sources.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. You're focused on Israel, and whenever I try to make you try to have a minimum requirements or criticism to the Palestinians for their own faith, you're like, but Israel, but occupation, but the settlement, you're giving them zero agency. Can I read you something from Musab Hassan Youssef? You know who that is?
Daniel, I'm sorry, like you have a hearing deficiency. For every statement you made, I said there is a problem on Palestinian side. You're the one that is completely oblivious to annexation of West Bank, the settlers, the occupation of Gaza, and all of that. Like for everything that I've said.
No, I'm not oblivious. I'm nuanced, and that is the difference. I'm nuanced. I'm informed, and then I know when it's a manipulation, and when it's an exaggeration, when it's a legal term, and when it's an opinion. And if it's a legal term, who said it? When you say, for example, genocide, the court didn't cite genocide, but yet you use the word genocide freely, and you already proved intent, because now you are making your opinion as fact. So I am nuanced, and I do understand what is occupation, and I know what is not an occupation. And when we left Gaza, there was no occupation, there was no blockade, there was nothing. The blockade started.
That doesn't mean there is no occupation.
There was no occupation by no way, okay? No, we didn't control anything. The blockade started after Hamas was elected, vowing to destroy Israel. And the blockade, by the way, was by Egypt and Israel, and with the support of the Palestinian Authority. But that...
Okay.
You're missing the point. So, in the point that it's like, when we left Gaza and there was no occupation and no blockade, okay? In 2005, we pulled everybody out, okay? And we didn't control anything yet. What stopped them from saying, okay, we're gonna have now the elections and let's do something for ourselves, let's build a state? Really tell me, help me.
Hamas, there was immediately the blockade on Gaza, which is, again, I'm not justifying anybody, we're just speaking about facts, right?
But I'm asking you, I know that Hamas was elected, but I'm asking you, this is the route they chose, not to create a state, but to destroy another state. I'm asking you, why, instead of, if this is what they really want, why didn't it happen? What was the excuse back then? There was no blockade, there was no occupation. What was the excuse?
Daniel, there was an occupation. You're dismissing it. I can give you an economic historian, right?
In Gaza, there was occupation?
Yes, there was.
In Gaza?
Yes.
And what kind of occupation there was in 2005?
Settlement does not mean there is no occupation. Just because you do not settle doesn't mean you don't have effective control.
What is the effective? What control do we have that Egypt doesn't have? And why is that?
Did I say that?
No, why? Because we have a border with them and they're small.
I mentioned
in what way?
You're not disagreeing with me. I said
in what way do we occupy them in 2005?
Okay.
Now I understand.
Okay.
In what way? Like
according to International Court of Justice, right? Gaza was because Israel maintained effective control through multiple military operations to
again,
I'm answering.
No, because you're skipping. There was no blockade. But oh my God.
Economic control, right?
Emperor, I'm talking about 2005. And I'm focusing on that because in 2005, there was no occupation and there was no blockade. What you're talking about happened after the election. I'm talking about when we left Gaza. And I mean, the election was Hamas, which the charter was like, we want to destroy Israel, basically. Why didn't then, what was the reason that they didn't create a state then? Why was the focus? And this is what you're missing. You were kind of jumping over, like, to again blame Israel. But at that point, that there was no occupation and there was no blockade, and Palestinians want so much their like independence and blah 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 blah. What stopped them? And if you understand what stopped them, you will understand us better.
Yeah. So, Daniel, are you aware that prior to October 7th, that there are over 1,000 Palestinians who have been held in detention and were not being given due process?
And what's the connection to this?
Well, I just would like to know, though. I mean, I understand you say you're coming to this from a nuanced view. I'd just like to know, though, do you think that is something that the state of Israel should be doing if they want to create peace?
Listen, you need to understand the challenges that we are facing. Okay, in Israel, we have 2 million Muslims living with us as equal rights citizens. We have Palestinians that are coming from the West Bank and used to come from Gaza to work all the time. They get permits. They come to work. They come for medical. They come for many things. And they operate a lot of terror cells all around us in the West Bank and in Gaza. All right? This is our reality. Now, if you would I understand that this is not your reality, and that you're not living in like a fear that a bus may blow up next to you because open borders in a way. They get a permit, but they can always take a car and just run into someone. And in East Jerusalem, anyway, this is the reality. So there are administrative detentions when there are like suspects or someone that is planning to commit like a terror attack. And yes, also what you call children are used. I mean, they stab, they do all kinds of really bad stuff, and you're calling us out, but maybe give us another solution, because as I told to Emperor, I want a solution that will guarantee that I can live in safety and security in my land. And if you want to criticize me all you want. We will do whatever we want, what we need to do in the most humane, moral, and just way that possible to guarantee our safety. And believe me, it's the most moral, humane, and just way possible.
Yeah, I understand that, Daniel. I don't have this rule. Just want to clarify. I don't have this rule any issue with any country defending itself from terrorists and protecting its own civilians. My only take at it is essentially that, given what the Israeli government does, their justification. So, their justification overall for detainment of Palestinians and keeping them in detention centers, and is due to security reasons, which is it's fair, but it's you have for also. I just think it's also interesting because of the fact that we had October 7th. People were saying how many girls were held hostage. Which I agree is horrible, but it's is it not all equally horrible that people being held, and not being given due process and living there, for much longer than, you can imagine?
So they do get I don't know what you would call due process, but a judge does see the case. It's not like someone decides to arrest someone and that's it, and he's doomed for life. And there is laws about I can find you if you want the law of administrative detention of how long and who needs to sign for the duration. It's a process, and in Israel we have an independent judicial system and supervision and transparency internally. So it's not I know that people want to play we just cannot arrest Palestinians because no soldiers want just to go to the West Bank and just confront someone. Yes, but we are facing like very unique challenges, and not only this, our enemy knows how to play the media. So when they would send a child, they know that yes, if something happened to the child, it's a win for them. And I don't think that really people understand what we are dealing with. They think that we are fighting like an equal army that has like, you know, like boundaries, and no, it's not. This is why they don't have a problem with going into a club and just blowing up outside or in a bus or just execute people at a dance.
Daniel, you're Jewish, you said?
I didn't say, but yes, I am.
Okay. Are the reports true that the Israelis want Bibi out? How do the people feel about Bibi? Do they think he's an effective leader? Or do they want, is it time to...
Listen, there's demonstrations against Bibi for 5-6 years, I think. But you know, at the end, it's a democracy. So either there would be like a vote of no confidence, which I don't think there's a majority, and they did pass the budget. So unless like the government will fall over the drafting law, you know, people can just like, there's nothing to do. But yes, there's criticism, a lot of criticism. And you know, this is why we know what is criticism against Israel is.
Wait, what is it? What is it? What is the criticism against?
No, I'm saying that we know to identify, like, you know, a lot of people say, like, you know, any criticism you call anti-Semitic. I don't think there are people that really criticize Israel more than Israel is, okay? We are debating about everything, and we are arguing about stuff, we are checking stuff. This is like, all those stories, even like this rape allegation, it came from us. I mean, all those, like, when we killed by mistake those 3 hostages, we came out like, this is our culture, okay? So, I don't know where I was going with this.
Well, we started, you were speaking after explaining that there is pushback against Bibi, that the people want him out, that there's really nothing that can be done.
Yeah, it's like it's a demonstration. Yeah. So basically, he doesn't have a majority right now, and if there would be elections right now, he would probably lose. This is why he will do whatever he can to push it as close to the planned November. Probably he would want to do it before the around September, because I don't think he want to be too close to the 7th of October anniversary that would be associated with him. But I don't know what he will do.
What's up, Monica? The title, do you think we're in a post-woke era? Has it begun? And if so, can we thank or blame Trump, depending on what side of the fence one might fall on when it comes to woke, post-woke?
So there are some positive signs, you know, not letting trans women compete with women in athletic events is good news. That's the right direction. The trend I see of people paying attention and looking for the rest of the story is a little hopeful. The gentleman who was punched in the face in February by a police officer, and the video came out this week, I think yesterday. A lot of people were talking about it, and then they were talking about the 4 other videos that had different angles. And while it was agreed by many that the police officer used excessive force, there was also a large observation of what the 20-something-year-old could have done differently to minimize the likelihood that he would have been punched in the face by a cop. And so that nuanced take is something I appreciate. So maybe.
Oh, you're referring to that clip that's gone viral lately, the black dude
Yeah, with the guy, the window who couldn't roll down, so he then had to open his door, and then the police approach, and he shuts and locks the door, and he has an expired license. From some of the reports I got, I didn't do a deep dive into it because it was pretty much they didn't need me to. Like a lot of people who was already digging for the rest of the story, like Paul Harvey says. But we don't want civilians or citizens to be brutalized by police officers. And there are 3 rooms with replays on how to survive a routine traffic stop, where we go over what is a citizen's responsibility when they're stopped by police, and providing data that it's not necessarily a death sentence, because a lot of Americans have been conditioned that if they're being pulled over, they're going to die, and that's criminal to me, to instill that fear in people instead of providing them with what their rights and responsibilities are. Just let them know what they can do and should not do and what their rights are, and then the chances of an altercation is greatly reduced.
Yeah, I'm like you. I haven't done a deep dive on that video either. I have just been seeing, I think the chief of police, the black chief of police, if I'm getting his title correctly, I saw some viral clips of the chief of police speaking out. I didn't watch the video because when I saw the caption to the videos, and by videos I mean the numerous accounts on Twitter who have been sharing the chief of police's response, and essentially he's stating that the black guy who got pulled over pretty much brought it on himself. And he created a situation to create division between the public and the police, and his actions pretty much fuels the anti-cop narrative, right? So I don't know. When I saw the initial viral clip of that guy, that was my first thought too. It's like, okay, what's going on? He got pulled over for traffic lights, and we know, some police can over-police. And we know that there's, target, there sometimes, our members of the BIPOC community can be targeted unnecessarily by cops. But then I'm watching it and I'm thinking, sometimes we just do too much talking. You know what I'm saying? There's just too much talking. Just hand over your ID and let's be done with it. Because my thing is, we all want to go home at the end of the day. Cops want to make it home alive to their families, and folks being pulled over want to make it home alive. Why do we have to have these confrontations with the cops? I don't understand why all this talking is necessary.
So you didn't see the whole video? You didn't get a chance to see the whole video?
Here's the thing.
You don't know the backstory?
Well, Zion, I was about to say that. Let me say this. To that point, only I think today or maybe yesterday did I start seeing the whole video appear on Twitter, but honestly, I have not watched it yet. You want to give me a little insight? Yeah, go ahead.
You know the backstory? I'm just curious.
I know. I honestly don't.
I didn't tell us.
You didn't watch the whole video.
Oh, tell us. What are we missing?
You think a police officer punching a kid in the face is warranted because of him talking too much?
Oh, yeah. Who said that? No, wait, hold on, Mike. Who said that? Who said that, Zion? What are you? Who you arguing with, Zion? No one said that. Oh, no, you're doing the straw man shit. Nobody made that argument. Address what we said on this stage.
I'm asking a question. I didn't see anybody made the argument. I'm asking her a question. Do you think being punched in the face is warranted because of talking too much?
But let me ask you this. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But if you have some backstory, please share it. But before you do you think that no problem. Hold on 1 second. Do you think the black guy, and I'm referring to him as a black guy because I don't know the brother's name offhand, do you think he could have, his response escalated, and I'm not excusing the cops. We all know that there's some power crazy there's some cops out there on a power trip, right? But do you think he could have just shut the fuck up? To put it simply, do you think he could have just I hate to be that person to say just comply. I hate to be that asshole. But if the cop was like, again, without having seen the entire video, if the police officer said ID and insurance, why could he have not just given the cop what he asked for and shut the fuck up before it escalated to windows being busted and punched in the face? Go ahead, Zion. And then
that will be okay. So as opposed to why didn't he just reply? I guess that would be a question you have to ask him. Do I think that it could have been avoided if he would have shut the fuck up or just complied? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Is punching somebody in the face warranted, or is that a police officer's job to just assault somebody like that? No, it's not. That's assault. That means it's a victim. So if he was running his mouth, if anybody runs their mouth, they do not deserve to be assaulted. They do not deserve to be beaten on. That's a fact. So
yeah. Hold on, guys. I know I said you moved, but Necro has been trying to speak, and he's a mod. So let's let Necro go and then move.
Yeah, and I think
he is still. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, speaking more to Nutboy's point, I know it's like something that sounds just cringy, the idea of like, saying that they should just submit, but I don't think it's a matter of submission. It's like if you don't want, the situation to, escalate essentially. I mean, it's like it's a standard protocol. It's like if the police are to identify you for a specific crime or whatever it is, it's like, you always like, give them, your ID specifically, because the only thing it shows you is that, I mean, granted, yeah, he doesn't have the right to assault you, if you are, if you're cursing or anything like that, that's freedom of speech, but it's like, I mean, in general, it's like, if you want to avoid any sort of conflict whatsoever, then yeah, it is the case to always just provide your ID.
You had made mention of de-escalation, and it was strange because I thought he was going to speak on the police behalf, seeing that they literally are trained on de-escalation, but you had equated that to the victim.
Moose did want to get in, Zan, so...
Yeah, we'll give Moose the floor.
Thank you. I work in law enforcement, and while laws vary from state to state...
In Canada.
Correct. I'm new to law enforcement, so what I didn't realize myself. So essentially, you have to remember, once you've been pulled over, and the officers approach, they, at any time when you're asked to step out of the vehicle, that is a lawful command. So although, and I watched the video, my first reaction was like many, like, wow, these guys are crazy, his hands are in the air, he's no threat. But what a lot of folks don't realize, the car he's in is still a weapon. So once the officer says, it's time to get up to somebody,
that would take people like that.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I didn't interrupt you.
Zion, hold on.
So that's why he his lawyer did plead guilty to nonviolent resistance, because so the officers was well in their legal right to break the window. Because anytime you're asked to get out of a car, you just do it, right? You show your hands, you provide whatever. I think he was freaking out. He knew he was driving, and actually wasn't an expired license. It was actually worse. It was a suspended license. However, the distinction is once he was out of the car, and his hands were still in the air, and there was clearly no threat. You see the multiple officers around him. That is where the other officer who sucker punched him once he's out of the car. That's when he went over the line. That was not okay. So there'll probably be a civil suit around that. But bottom line, anytime an officer, whether you've done absolutely nothing wrong or not, you get out of the car, you comply. Because even though he's showing his hands, and he folds his arms and he's showing his hands, he resisted a lawful command to just simply get out of the vehicle. And you actually can see him in the video asking the officer to provide the law statute for having headlights on. That is the worst thing. So it's not the officer's job to provide you with the law context. They have to. That's for what the courts are. That's what lawyers are. The officers are trained to have probable cause, which they did, and therefore asked them to step out of the car. Him not complying actually allowed the officers to break the window and actually physically grab him and extract him from the vehicle. Again, where he crossed the line is when the officer sucker punched him once he was outside of the vehicle.
Moose, I have several questions for you, but I'll go after Zan. Go ahead, Zan.
And I think Hakeem wanted to speak too. I saw him coming off the mic.
Oh, that's fair.
I'm good. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Zion?
Yeah, so you said you worked in law enforcement. Are you a police officer?
I am not.
You work in law, you could be a parole officer, you could be a parole officer, so you're not a police officer.
No, I'm new to it. I'm as a civilian, but I'm surrounded by cops. And when I showed this video to a cop who's got 20 years of experience.
Wait, let him get him. Okay, well, remember that anecdote after? He has a point to make. Right. But keep that anecdotal story in mind, Moose, because I want to hear it, okay? Go ahead, Zan.
All good.
Wait, as a police officer, when you get pulled over, right, and if they do want to pull you out the car, they make sure you put the car in park, right? That's logical common sense. That's 101, right?
Correct. And if you refuse to, they can take the keys in.
So they gave the kid a command to put his hands where they could see him, right? And he had his hands up.
Correct.
And then he got punched in his face, right? Because he got pulled over for.
I thought you saw the video.
I saw the video. Just relax a little bit. Just slow down a little bit.
Especially so jumping around a little bit. He got punched because he refused the legal command of getting out of the car.
Hold on. He got pulled over, right? For supposedly not wearing his seatbelt and not having his headlights on during the rain.
Correct.
And he was asking the police officer. All right. So that is a driving infraction, right?
It's a misdemeanor, correct?
Right. So it's a driving infraction.
No, it's not a misdemeanor. It's not a misdemeanor.
It's not a misdemeanor. It's the difference between a driving infraction and a misdemeanor.
We definitely not law enforcement.
I think so. Hold on to it. So there is a distinction between traffic and misdemeanor in some states. Like in my state, there is no category of traffic infractions. Pretty much every speeding ticket is considered a misdemeanor. But yeah, it varies by state. I don't. Hold on. So I just want to speak on the commentary of this. So I don't know which state he was in. Like you said that he was pulled over because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, which seems to be a pretty minor offense if I were to guess, but I'm not personally an expert in law. But
Nick really make an excellent point because I'm in California and it's actually a misdemeanor in California. Go ahead.
Okay. So regardless of what state you guys are in, let's just home in on the state of Florida because this is where it took place. So I'm in Massachusetts, right? So you could be in California, you could be wherever you are, but this took place in Florida. All right, so this is a driving infraction, right? And do you get pulled out the car for not having your seatbelt on, or do you get ticketed?
You get ticketed, but you get pulled out of the car if you are ordered to step out of the car. There's a big difference there. No, it's a distinction.
If I can speak on this, so I mean, Zion, are you suggesting that just because you ticketed that it means that it's not a misdemeanor?
No. I'm saying my initial statement was that was a driving infraction. So whatever state that you're in, it could be whatever state that you're in, regardless, it was a driving infraction. No license, no license, sorry. No,
Well, Miss just said that it's not the case in California, so you can't say all states.
Did I say all states? I just want to home in on
it. You did say all states. That's the problem.
He definitely said he said he want to zoom in on Florida because that's where it happened.
Well, that's what I think. That's a different state.
Right. So what do you mean? What did I say was all states? I think
you said came off it's an infraction, which seems to be that you were implying that it's everywhere in every state. It's an infraction.
No, see, again, I'm gonna say this again. I don't want to imply everywhere. That's the opposite of what I want to do. I'm talking about this took place in Florida. Everybody was coming off mic saying where they're at, and if it was a misdemeanor or if it was not a misdemeanor. Regardless, we're talking about if it is a misdemeanor, hypothetically speaking, in California, it's a misdemeanor, right? From a driving infraction.
Hey, it's a misdemeanor. Can we move on?
Yeah, I would love to. I don't want to, we all agree that this is nothing to get punched in the face over. There's nothing for me to get out my car. This is nothing. Nothing for me to get out.
Right, but respectfully, what you're glazing over is that when an officer is asking you to step out of the car, regardless of the reason, you have to do it because otherwise,
no, you don't.
It's an officer safety issue.
No, you don't. Listen. An officer cannot just be walking up to people, and you should know this as law enforcement, and violating people's rights. People have rights. You have a right to ask.
No, that's a casual encounter. That's different. I'm talking about.
This is what I'm saying. If it's not black and white, if an officer comes up to you, listen.
That's like I'm going to hear one of you at a time. This is trying to respond to you, Zion, so let him finish.
Right, so thanks, Lord. So just respectfully, so I'm not talking about an officer walking up to you on the street and saying, hey, come here. I got some questions for you. And it's going to pull you out of a restaurant or something like that. At that point, you can absolutely tell him to F off because it's a friendly encounter. But when he's using his vehicle and his lights are on, that is a lawful, in most states, that is a legal and lawful order that you are being legally detained, not arrested. A lot of people confuse being detained with being arrested. Go ahead.
Right. And in no handbook is a response to not complying, getting punched in the face. We can all agree on that, right?
Again, if you refuse the order to get out of the vehicle, that's technically resisting arrest.
I want to go after Hakima too.
Hold on a second. How is that resisting arrest? What was he under arrest for? Can I finish?
Sorry, you're right. I misspoke. I will own when I'm wrong. You're correct.
So they had no business.
He's not refusing arrest.
He had no business getting hit in the face.
He's refusing the legal order. Not arrest, but just the order. Correct. As I said before, once he was out of the vehicle, the officer was completely out of line to hit him because the officers now have control of the scene. The vehicle is no longer a weapon.
Yeah, that's the point. I would say the officer is in the wrong. But no, it's like if the police officer sees that you're committing an offense, even if it's a traffic infraction, it is lawful for command for them to step out of your vehicle if you're being non-compliant.
Yeah, and Hakima, respectfully, before you just say, oh, well, this guy can't possibly be in law enforcement because he's an infraction. Perhaps in your state it is, but in California it's a misdemeanor, so I spoke correctly in my state.
That's fine. All I'm saying is one part of punching him in the face is in police training.
Here's the thing. I don't hear anybody saying it's in training, but Zion, you would have to agree. We have seen too many instances of people being mistreated, mishandled, and even killed during cop encounters. So why even test it? If the guy was given a police order, why not just follow the order? Why be argumentative, right?
Listen, I agree with you. I agree partially with what you're saying, right? But you have to judge every case by case, right? So we can't just throw, okay, a lot of people are being killed, so this officer is intending to kill him, or this is the mind frame. You can't just pretend you know their mind frame. You know what I'm saying? I understand where you're coming from, just because my philosophy is I'm going to stay out the way. You know, I just want to get home to my family, and I'm just going to do what it is that I have to do. There are people who will question the officer. Hey, why are you pulling me over? What did I do? If you accuse me of this, can you just give me a ticket and let me go on about my business? You have to, as an officer, expect that. That's one of the things. You don't want to go around violating people's freedom.
Right.
You don't want to do that.
What's in this room? I got this other room I'm starting, so.
No, I got married when I was a teenager, brother. I've been married for over 14 years now. So I've been married.
Okay, so you've been married for 14 years at 28?
No, I got married at 16. So I'm different, bro. I'm completely different than
the
you.
math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. You said you got married 14 years ago, but you're 28, and you've been married for 14 years, but you got married at 16.
12
that math don't math.
Anyways, I've been married for over 10 years, regardless, okay? Been married
more importantly, were you a virgin when you met your wife?
Me, yes, I was.
Was your wife a virgin when she met you?
Yes, she was.
Are you the first person that both of you guys have had sex with?
Both of us first.
Well, guess what? Then you ain't looking for somebody to have sex with. You ain't looking for a wife. So who somebody's fucking out here in this single world, it should be none of your concern anyway.
No, but in general, my point is, right? Like, if I ever believed, like, I truly believe, even for a man, bro, I believe, like, you shouldn't be having sex in general, bro. You should be saving that for the one true partner that you want to spend the rest of your life with. You shouldn't be just sleeping with a bunch of random guys every year. Like, you're dating this person 1 year, next year you sleep with them, then you're dating this other person for 6 months.
You didn't even get a chance at his parents' wife.
I don't believe certain things should be secret. It should be between.
You didn't even get a chance to go to the prom. I think you was already making life decisions as a lady.
I mean, I'm not even gonna say all that. What I will say is, come back and revisit this conversation with me about 10 years from now.
What do you mean?
Because I recognize this conversation. And I recognize this conversation because I got married at 18.
No, brother, I have kids.
I recognize it. I get you. I was too at 28.
Brother,
I recognize this conversation.
Yeah, but the thing is, bro, we're both truly happy with each other. Like, you're saying something negative is gonna happen.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying,
what do you mean?
Let's revisit this conversation as you get a little older, when you're no longer 28 and rosy-eyed as you are, because we're all there. That's not me, slighting you or saying anything negative. I'm saying I know what you feel because I felt it at your age. Yes, because my experience is a lot like it.
So don't be so quick. Yeah.
Don't be so quick to think you know as much as you think you know right now. Brother, because you will find out. I don't give a fuck how long you've been married, because by the time I was your age, I have been married for 10 years too. So what I'm telling you is, you don't know as much as you think you know at 28, and everything that you think you know at 28, you will figure out at 38, 48, and 58 that you didn't know shit. So just take a step back. Just take a step back.
Can I just say something? I've met guys who were 40. I've met guys that are 50. I've met guys that are 18. Age is just a number, bro. Wisdom does not come through age. I've met some dumbass 45-year-olds.
Wisdom comes with experience.
You could have unlimited experience. I've met people who are literally going bald, but are telling me, hey, I still have not hit my manly peak, like my financial peak, all this. So I don't need to get married yet. and these guys are going bald. So wisdom doesn't come with experience, brother. I've met people with lots of experience that are completely dumb. I've met people with no experience, brother, that are like, bro, you're like, this guy is completely wise. Holy crap, you know what I mean? I see where you're coming from.
You are having
business. How old do you think I am? Brother, I don't know. How old? I am 60 years old, brother. I am 60 years old. I have been with my wife for 19 years. And I'm going to tell you something. If you think you have it mastered, even at my age, and I have raised 7 beautiful kids, the last one going to college, and I'm just going to tell you this. At the end of the day, if you think you have the master plan, even at my age, I can tell you it is still a constant learning process, but it's about enjoying the journey. And see, here's the thing. You're going to constantly be building that shit. You're going to constantly learn some shit or whatever, some new shit, because guess what? You're constantly evolving. You may be okay where you are right now, but you don't know what life's going to throw at you down the road. You don't know what it is yet. When financial shit can happen. Relationships hit a fucking flat tire sometime, and you got to fucking figure that shit out. You know, shit change. Women go through changes, through menopause and shit. Men go through their bullshit. But it is a whole lot to this gambit right now. Yes, you're in that comfort zone, which I call a pink cloud. But as you get older, bruh, it becomes this thing where you have to constantly be paying attention to what it is. And age does make a difference. See, it kills me on Clubhouse when they think because a person is older, they don't know. How the hell you think I got here? How the hell you think I've lived so long? So in other words, if I can show you any piece of wisdom that can help you to maybe avoid or you can use so you can navigate through what you're going through, that is what wisdom is. And at 28 years old, and I have a son your actual age, and if he was to tell me that he got it down pat, I would just sit here and laugh like DJ was doing, because, you know, if you think you got it figured out, go ahead. Because I'm going to be sitting right here when you come back to me with your head down and say, damn, I thought I had it. But it is a constant growth process until you take your last breath, as long as you live with a person.
Hey, I know this is off stage, but Big Ox, you look like you ain't some good ass real.
Hey, long as I got that bottle of Macallan and my cigar in my mouth, we good to go.
I look like you ain't some good ass real. I was like, damn, you got me hungry now. All right.
That's funny. It's always interesting. And I know Big Ox, he's experienced this a lot throughout life as he's gotten older. And he 20 years older than me, so I look at it and we hear ourselves in these conversations quite often from the younger guys who just haven't experienced that shit yet. And we remember that moment when we said it to our fathers and we said it to our uncles and we said it to the older cats in the hood that we would talk to. We said this exact same thing.
Exactly. That's why when you said, I hear this conversation, I see where this is going. I said, yep. I said, but you know what the crazy part about it is? We've got a generation now who don't think. It's like this. If you look at me, you wouldn't know my past. Look, I done been to the military. I done been incarcerated. I done been through all of that now. My life is straight now. You know, raising a kid. But you know, my point being, at the end of the day, I have actual experience of what I'm talking about. I'm not sitting here and going to tell you something I don't know. And so for the younger ones to think, you know, listen, the game never changes. Only the plays. So right now, I don't understand these young dudes, and I'm going to say this. These women are making money, and all the brothers got to do is step up their motherfucking game, and they want to sit there and not do that. I don't get this shit. Because I'm going to tell you something. There's no such thing to me as these male women these dudes is. All I see is a bunch of dudes crying because you want something, but if a woman built something, you got to show her she can entrust you with that shit. You got to show her that, you know what, goddamn, you know what? I can let my hair down with this nigga because I know if shit fall apart, he got me. But dudes ain't trying to do that. And here's the thing. I can tell you, I'm a tough dude. My wife got a mouth on her like what's her name, but she know at the end of the day who the hell I am and what I am. And until you establish yourself with a woman, submission is shown by a man. You know what? We submit to everything before she does it. We show her what our submission look like. And too many men are giving that shit up. Because at the end of the day, to me,
and I believe in this. If my house is out of order, the only person I have to look at is myself. I truly believe that. And that's with holding my woman accountable.
It's just, and all of this really boils down to, from my perspective, is the older you get, the more you realize that you should be slower to speak and judge and quicker to sit back, observe, and listen. And typically, it goes the opposite way the younger you are, and you don't realize the wisdom in being able to sit back and observe and just witness what's happening around you, what's coming. Because these things come. Like, a lot of things, especially within marriage, man, you don't realize just how long life is. Like, you have a concept of it to a certain extent, but it's much like the way a child doesn't understand the concept of an hour, and then a teenager starts to understand the concept of a year, and then in your 20s you start to understand the concept of a decade, because that's the first time that you remember what it was like 10 years ago. Well, as you get into that 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, that scale just becomes bigger, and you start to realize that history repeats itself over and over, and you can start to see the trends that happen in life. You start to see, you get, like, I'm old enough to remember the end of bell bottoms and jerry curls, and then watch the baggy clothes come in, and motherfuckers wear backwards clothes and big ass fucking 4X jeans when they really only wear a large, and then the jeans get tight again, and then the jeans get loose again. The bell bottoms go away, and the knickerbockers come back. You see all of it, even within the music that you listen to. You start to realize that music goes in 20-year cycles. So when we were sampling in the 90s, we were sampling songs from the 70s. In the 20s, in the 2000s, they were sampling songs from the 80s. The 2010s, they sampling songs from the early 90s and late 80s. And now, even right now in 2025, they're sampling shit from the late 90s and early 2000s. And you see those trends happen, because history just works itself in certain time periods. It's the same thing that you start to realize when you pay attention to politics, that every 4 to 8 years, you're going to see a Republican shift that happens. The first 4 years of that Democratic presidency, you're going to have a great time. And in the second 8 years of that Democratic presidency, you'll get a Republican Congress halfway through it, and they're going to fuck up everything. And then you're going to get a Republican president for the next 8 years, typically. And they're going to do the next 8 years of fucking that shit up just for the Democrats to start the cycle all over.
But it's like,
that's just how history works.
I've been saying this to people a lot, and they get mad at me, especially younger people. And I'm like, I really wish I would stop saying you're grown and you're old at 30. You know, my godmother is 70-something years old. And once in her life, it helped me realize how much I am outgrown. And I'm in my 40s. Like, it helped me understand how much you don't know shit. But we so big on wanting to be old. I don't want to be old before my time. Like you said, 30 hit different because 30 come with different responsibilities. 40 gonna hit different because the same mistakes you made in your 30s, they should not be making in your 40s. It's gonna hit different because you're gonna look at the mistakes you made in your 40s and be like, God damn, how the fuck was I making that? Like, you know what? I'm gonna have to go. God damn, I'm sorry. But that reality that people don't realize, and I'm like, there's so many people in their 20s and 30s. I have never in my life seen so many people want to be old so fast. I'm proud. You ain't into shit really yet, and I get it. It's 30, but there's so much more to life. Like, the way we talking nowadays is like, they talking about 30 is middle age. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, people live to 80, right? 90. In many cases, 100. But we don't realize that. I think we're shortening our life. That's just much older than what you are, when you don't realize there's so much more to go. My godmother has been, and I say, there's stages of being a woman. You a daughter, you a it's like 5 stages that they older people claim. It's a daughter, a sister, a mother, a wife, a widow. And to watch my godmother have went through all of those stages, and now she's a widow, I'm like, so
so funny, man. Just thinking about all of the shit that I just knew about the world at 17, 18 years old. And all of the times I've heard my mother, who just died, she was 85, told me, nigga, ain't nothing wrong with son. I seen that before. Nigga, I already know what you're thinking because you already thought it before. Hell, I done thought it before too. I could never surprise my mama. In 40 years of life, I had never surprised my mama. She always saw it coming. Same thing with my dad. So the day he died, that motherfucker said, when I walked in his room, because he died the day I found out I was having my daughter. Walked in that room and I went to talk to him, and that nigga said, hey, you got a baby on the way, ain't you? Yeah. You know what to do. Get the fuck out of my room, nigga. I don't want to hear that shit. And that was all I'm gonna say, like, it was never a surprise. Because they've been here before. They've been you before. They've been me before. They see these experiences and they understand them for what they are, so they're able to recognize those patterns. And as you get older and as you get wiser and as you experience these things, the things that you experience, they come out. And you just be like, damn, what that shit come from? But then you realize, oh shit, I did that shit too when I was 16. Oh yeah, I did take my mama car without her permission. So then when you get your kid 16, you fully expect them to take your car without permission. So you can tell the signs.
You can tell the signs. Oh, you looking at my car. You looking at my car.
Yeah. All of a sudden, they take a special interest in where you keep your car keys and shit.
Yeah, but I think that's the problem. I think that mindset where, like, we think, like, if you're 30, like, I've spoken to some men, they're like 35, literally, they have gray hair. Some of them are going bald. And they will tell you that they're actually young. I mean, they tell you that, hey, I'm still young, X, Y, and Z. I feel like the only person as a man you can ask for wisdom or experience is your father, especially if he's an honorable person, right? But everybody else that's older than you, you can't really take their advice like that because you don't know who they are as a man. You don't know the mistakes they made. You don't know the shortcoming. You don't know their beliefs. They might not believe in the same thing as you. Right? Some people were raised different. Some people at 16 or at 15 were still playing at the park, going on the swings. Some 15-year-olds are back home in Africa. They're in the army, bro. They're fighting. They killed a whole man at that age, right? So everyone is raised differently. Everyone grows differently. Some people grow faster than others. Some men are 35 and their mindset's like they're 20 because they never had to grow. They were privileged. They were protected, So this is why I say, like, it's very important not to. And I believe at 30, at 28, like my father told me as soon as I touched 13, he said, you're a grown man. That you're a man now. You know what I mean? You can't be doing certain, you're a man, bro. You know what I mean? I never forget. And some people don't get that. Some people think they're a man at 35, 28. Everyone has a different mindset. So, and also again about wisdom, bro. I don't believe that it comes through experience because some person might be going through way more experience than you at just the age of 20, wherever they were raised up from. They might have, been in the army. They might have seen this, that. So they have way more experience than somebody at the age of 30 because this person, all he did was stay at his mother's house, go to college, and, now he's looking for a career. Compared to somebody that had to, struggle, migrate here. He had like 5 lives by the time he touched 30. So, I don't know, man. I disagree a little bit.
I don't know nothing, but all I do know is just because you had to chase giraffes and zebras at 13, my nigga, that does not take away from your experience. I fuck with you the long way, right? But I'm not just gonna let you sit here and continue to say, oh, these niggas are dumb and all this other shit.
No one's dumb, though.
You did X, Y, and Z while you was younger. That's cool, bruh. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, bruh. Jesus Christ.
Nah, I don't think anybody's dumb.
You know what's crazy when I hear this brother talk? It's like
there are some dudes in my age bracket who still have not experienced nothing because they chose not to, but they're used to the environments. And people will think, yes, because they're older, they should know. The whole thing about what getting wisdom is not just going through the experience, but learning the lesson that it's teaching. Building up your reference book so when you know what, my book is way thicker than yours at 60 than yours at 28 could ever be. And guess what? I don't travel all over the place. I'm an 82nd Airborne veteran. And all I'm going to say to you is this, at the end of the day, the traumas that we travel through, no matter what your travel is, at the end of the day, those are the things that shape you. You know, I don't know what you might have done in your life, but whoever you are, your past is making you who you are today. And if you got the lessons in it, that's what it is. People be too stuck in the trauma. Oh, it hurt me. Oh, sad. But what was you trying to get taught in the middle of this shit? See, I play my tape back every day when I go to sleep and say to myself, how can I be better for the next step? It's like I say to myself, my wife deserves the best version of me. So if I'm not calling to myself to be the best version, how can I expect her to be the best version of herself? How can I expect my kids to be the best version of myself? I lead by example. Now what I'm saying is what I'm seeing a lot of is, all right, fine, I see these videos that would really kill me. You know, one thing I hear, hey, what do you bring to the table? I ain't never had to ask a woman that at all. What I bring to the table was me. Now, I ain't for everybody ain't for me. And if I ain't the man for you, I'm still going to be a man when I walk out the door. A woman not going to tell me whether or not I'm a man or not. And I think that's one of the biggest issues with the younger generation. They got women telling them, you ain't a man because you ain't did this. You know what? The most important thing a man has to offer a woman before he even dig in his pocket is himself. Because if he ain't shit, because I got a whole bunch of my boys that got assloads of money. And if you sit in their house for 5 minutes, you might want to go back down to the projects because the shit is fucking miserable, even though the house is beautiful, but the spirit in that shit is terrible. So at the end of the day, the continence and integrity of a man is the most important thing he has to provide for his family and any woman he's going to be in her life. His pockets and his cars ain't going to fucking keep you happy. All that nice shit don't mean shit at the end of the day. You know what I mean? When I was hustling, how many broke-ass niggas was fucking the top drug dealer's girlfriend because he used to tell her she was beautiful and she was cheap. Yeah, she didn't want to give up the living she had with the motherfucker. But the emotional part, that motherfucker was worth whiskey for. And I learned the most sexual part of the woman is her goddamn mind. It ain't about it. You get a mind, everything else comes. You ain't got to say shit. You ain't got to ask for shit. So, I just think it's time for brothers to start realizing, man, look, those old niggas are really I'm gonna end my plane with this, what an old dude showed me. He said, man, if you got a woman you really interested in, and you ask her out, and guess what? She say she gotta work. Well, you ask her how much money she would have made that day. And then what you do is you give her that money and you still take her out, don't ask her for shit. So that way she always knows she gonna win with you. See, dudes be too scared to do that shit. But then again, if you're scared to do it, then why are you fucking with her? Because at the end of the day, you really ain't that sure about her. But when you know what you want, men will make investments in what they love. I don't care how much a woman cooks, suck, fuck, whatever. Until that man decides you are number one, there's nothing you can do. Nothing. Because guess what? How many women have built a man for the next woman? You saw him as your forever. He saw you as your opportunity to rise to the next level, but you wasn't the one he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. So all I ask is women to just pay attention at the end of the day, because you know what? You save yourself a lot of heartache. Stop putting your expectations. I have no expectations of my wife to this day. I just take it one day at a time. And whatever it is, and hold up, and I land with this, learn how to listen. Listen to the source of which a person is speaking from. Don't just take in the words and then you getting defended. Listen to where they're coming from. I always ask myself, if somebody on the stage cussed me out today, I'm going to say, what did I say to make them cuss me? I'm going to check myself first. Because then when I do make that approach, I might not approach a defense. I'm ready to listen and hear you out. Listening is the most important part of communication. And people think speaking is first. No, listen to what a person says. Take 10 seconds and have that shit resonate with you. Then respond. Life is easier that way.
So Wiggles, Stan, we love y'all. I gotta go get showered so I can get ready for my hot date tonight.
I'm so happy for you.
Good luck. I picked out my favorite polo out. Polo, it's matching Air Maxes. 97s, of course.
I'm very happy for you.
But yes, that I plan to have a wonderful evening, and I hope you guys do the same. I just want to point out that young man that was arguing with us ain't old enough to know that his wife is not sexually satisfied yet. We gonna, you don't know where clitoris is yet. He ain't figured that part out yet.
What did I miss? I was on the phone.
So he came and he was, basically trying to put forth all of these ideas of who should be having sex and who shouldn't be having sex and how you should only have sex with one person for your entire life and all that.
Thank God, that sounds boring.
Because he got married allegedly at 14, but he's 28. He got married allegedly at 16, but he's 28 and has been married for 14 years, which would have made him be married at 14. So I kind of pointed out that the math wasn't math in that scenario. And then he got into this back and forth with me about bullshit. So I was, so I asked him, I was like, you said you're 28, right? Okay. Just come back and talk to me in about 10 years when you learn some things and you learn some wisdom. Oh, man, wisdom don't come with it. All this bullshit. Hey, man, you got it, big dog. Just understand that you're going to feel completely differently about everything you're saying right now about 10 years from now. You're coming to figure out that everything that you knew to be true at 28 is probably not that true at 30 and 48, 58, and so on and so forth. That's really it. You'll learn. Because about 10 years from now, you're probably going to realize that your wife is not satisfied with none of the ways that you've been fucking her for the last 20 years. You're going to realize that she likes BDSM, and you ain't been into that shit this whole fucking time, and she wants to be tied up and fucked up against the wall somewhere. And you've never done it because that's the only person you had sex with, and you don't read all them freaky lady books that she be reading.
Or he was looking for some type of way or some where you learn how to do this from.
Hey, DJ, welcome to America. Because remember Eddie Murphy said when Fufu when she came over? She got to talking to her friends. What she said, Eddie, I want half. So he think he got us stuck in that traditional thing. I don't care. One thing about you, bring somebody, you come from another country. American westernized ways have a way of infiltrating into your relationship, and if you don't adjust, every dude I've seen that did not adjust came with that macho attitude from their country. Their wives left them.
Well,
I mean, even without the macho shit, it's just the experience of being married young. You start to realize that when you get married young, the woman that you're married to really doesn't talk to you the same way as if you had met her when y'all were both 25 years old and knew who you were as people. She's growing under you at that point because you get married at 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. So you're going to infantilize her and she's going to play into it. That's just how the shit works because that's just a part of life and how people interact with each other. So as you get older, she's been sitting there reading on her little iPad or her Kindle book apps or whatever the case may be. And you don't know what she's reading because as a man, quite naturally, you're not really concerned. You really don't give a fuck what she's reading because all you notice is that she's leaving you alone while she's on this iPad and you watching the goddamn game unimpeded.
Hey, DJ,
that's the only thing that you care about.
Hey, DJ, here's something I've learned from my dad. And he's the best man I ever knew before he passed. My mother got married at 18. She was 19, he was 21. And the one thing I learned my father showed me, he never stopped treating my mom like his girlfriend. She was my mom, she was his wife, but she was his girlfriend first. Always. And people tend to get married and forget the things that what made y'all fall in love and come together. And that's one of the main things I held on. And I'm going to just tell you a true story about a man's conscience being strong. When my father passed away, I asked my mom, how did my father ask her to marry her? And my mother looked me dead in my face and said, your father asked me to marry you, marry me. I said, what you mean? She said, my father showed up at her house in a suit with some rings and told her to go get dressed because they about to go get married. I was like, that's some gangsta ass shit. I was like, what? She said, yeah. I said, what'd you do? She said, I went upstairs, my sister went to Justice of Peace and got married. And mind you, my father had just came up from South Carolina. He had been working his job for 6 months. He was still living at his mother's house. But who my father was, my mother believed in that this man had her. And I lived a very comfortable life with a man with a 7th grade education. So what I'm saying is a man's integrity goes a long way with a woman, because too many dudes are messing with girls, not women. I don't care how old she is. She got a girl mind. Women like to build shit. Girls like to take shit. Boys like to take shit. Men like to build shit. And we need to stop looking at the fact that what are we really looking at? Just because they're old, a lot of people are relationship immature because they don't know how to handle it. Just because they got a fucking FICO score or something in the house and everything else, but when it comes to relationships, they don't know how to handle that shit. They're still kids. So at the end of the day, you know, I think that's the part that's just being talked about, and it should be something that you just observe.
Oh, Wiggy, that's how that shit started. Because I was like, we gotta stop infantilizing women, because women like to fuck too. Like, yeah, she's a horny toad just like you are. Women want to fuck just like you do.
Absolutely.
Like, you're not giving her dick. Like, she's not giving you pussy. You're giving her just as much dick as she's giving you pussy. Like, there's no sacred pussy here. Like, that pussy wants to be touched. Just like your dick will be touched. Like, it's okay, my nigga.
What do you mean my wife likes to have sex? Shocking.
That whole shit was funny. Anyway, I gotta go. Let me go get dressed before I be late to this woman's house. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Have fun. Tell us how it went. I hope you have a good time. I'm excited for him. What am I doing right now? Okay, 681. Jesus. Gosh, I'm tired.
Yep, today has been one for the record. Not gonna hold y'all.
It's been a crazy day.
I love it here.
I have to do something tonight. I gotta fold laundry, and I'm gonna wash my hair tomorrow. I keep thinking today is Thursday, and it's not. It's Wednesday.
There you go. Wiggy.
Oh, God. I want to fold your clothes. Oh, okay, J. Cole. I'm going to play this song as I,
Great room, guys. I gotta go, but I appreciate y'all. Enjoyed your house. I hope you have some more great topics like this.
We always do, bro. We appreciate you sliding through today.
Have a good one.
Yeah, stay blessed. I gotta go cook some ribs.
Welcome back, sire. Italians that were born in America.
Oh, yeah.
Who have never been to Italy. That does not negate the fact that their ancestors come from Italy.
Well, yeah, but it's not only just an identification. It's not only listen. It's not only that
they are Jews, sir.
You ready? You done? Oh wait.
Now I'm done.
Oh, okay, cool. Not only ethnicity, BHI is a religion. So they're claiming to be Israelites, but it's also their religious faith. So you would think, like most hardcore Roman Catholics or Italian, want to go and see the Vatican.
Yeah, well, somebody wants to go.
Well, most Black Hebrew Israelites can't do it because they usually learned about BHI in prison because they're felons.
Please, let's use logic, right? There are plenty of Catholics that have not been to the Vatican.
Black Hebrew Israelites, I would think, are felons.
Let's use logic.
I mean, just being that they're black.
Not been to the Vatican, sir. There are plenty of people who call themselves Jews in the Ukraine who have never been to Israel. And that's okay. That's fine. You don't have to go to Israel to be an Israelite or to be a Jew.
What about me? What about identifying as Hebrew?
You can identify whatever it is that you want to identify as, right? People do it all the time. In America, you have a group of kids identifying as a
Zion, are you a Hebrew Israelite or no?
I'm a Christian, sir.
Oh, okay.
I told you that for the third time.
So you believe in the triunity of God?
Am I a Trinitarian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe in that.
Okay, cool. So you believe Jesus is God? Cool.
Yes. Emmanuel, which is interpreted God with us, right?
Yeah.
I believe that.
So do I.
Okay.
Yeah, Rich, I don't know if you saw my question in the chat, but I just would like to know, you said that the majority of Black Hebrew Israelites are convicted felons. Citation needed.
Let me think about that. Go fuck yourself, Nick.
That was an ignorant statement. He's just...
No, I agree, Nick Rush, and done the whole citation thing. It was an ignorant statement. We'll let it go and forgive you, Nick.
It's crazy. It's not true.
I mean, I asked you to cite your data, and you just told me to go fuck myself.
Because you are autistic as hell, and you couldn't understand that I was being facetious.
Yeah, what does my autism have to do with the answer to your question?
Your autism has everything to do with you being a hyper-literalist.
Yeah.
And believing that when I said that all BHI, or the majority of BHI are felons, you couldn't realize that it was a joke. It was tongue-in-cheek, Necro.
Well, I mean, that's kind of, granted, you probably were making a joke, but I still
but now I need citation.
No, I couldn't tell if you were being serious, but the fact is you were joking. I mean, I still think it's
Do you literally think that I believe that the majority of DHI are actual felons?
Rich, I still think it's insensitive.
Oh, it may be insensitive. That's why I told your sensitive ass to go fuck yourself.
No.
Yeah.
To play the stereotype that black people like to commit crime, I think that's harmful to.
Oh God, Necro. You're so boring.
Yeah.
This is why you're single, Necro. Nobody wants to put up with you.
I mean, I would like to compare body count to you.
63.
Yeah, I've lost count after.
Wait, what? Why are you talking to that man like that? That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, you have a lower body count than a person with autism, Rich.
Oh, I have autism too.
Wait, why are you guys bragging about how many sluts that you've had sex with?
Mine were a long time ago, so.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we were just doing a dick measure conversation.
9 3/4 inches, Necro, if we're doing that.
Dude, this is fucking crazy.
Like making fun of him for having autism.
Well, no. If we wanted to make fun of him, we'd call him a retard.
Yes.
We're not doing that.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, I just...
So do I, Zion, and so do you probably.
Like I said, I just have an issue with people trying to make jokes about stereotyping people of color as committing more crime.
Wait, I also say that all Muslims are pedophiles too, Necro.
Yeah, that is equally insensitive, bro. You can't judge all slander.
Bro, you say
hold on. While it might be an exaggeration, it's directionally true.
It's definitely not.
I don't see how that is.
That's crazy, and that's what I'm saying. It's people like you guys that it's not good for humanity, bro.
Wait, what do you mean? Why you guys?
I mean, all Muslims are pedophiles, like.
Directionally, that's correct.
Mojo, have you met any so far that don't condone pedophilia?
Actually, the count's about 15 that said that they support it. In fact, their own words is she's old enough. But I've come across 2 that have come up that have said that they don't condone it. So it's
wait, hold on. They don't condone it, or they try to say that she was like 16. Right.
No, that's a different category where they try to explain it away, and most of those people.
Numbers. White people take the cake concerning pedophilia easily. Like, please don't let me pull up the FBI statistics. Please fix my
words. Isn't child molestation of boys like under 40 in the black community?
Of molestation cases in America are done by Caucasian males is outrageous.
Zion, you know it's 97% of mass shootings are committed by blacks.
Citation unit again.
No, we actually got, hold on, Necro, I will provide that because hold on. There is a way that I phrased it that makes it accurate. Now, if you say mass school shootings,
97. That's pretty.
Yes, 97% of all school shootings. I'm sorry, of all school shootings. 97% of all school shootings are committed by blacks. Because it is a single incident. Hold on. I know I misspoke. I'm correcting myself. I'm clarifying. Because it is usually a single gunshot or, a couple gunshots at one individual within the confines of a school. Now, if you're talking about mass school shootings, then it's almost majority is white. Yeah.
How many people need to be shot in order for it to be considered a mass shooting, and when do they implement this?
3 or more individuals. So you guys still do take up the majority of mass shootings, but I don't remember the exact number of mass shootings. No. I misspoke when I said the 97%. That's school shootings.
This happened. This is what I'm saying, though. This change of statistics happened recently. where it has to be more than 3 for it to be considered a mass shooting.
It actually acknowledged it was knowledge, or necro, it was knowledge in chillism. Who actually brought the 97% posted in the chat. Because we were all really surprised, but then we started thinking about it.
Rich, do you understand?
We started thinking about it because
I don't care
when you're talking about somebody bringing a firearm and shooting it within the confines of a school, it's almost always black.
Okay, and I still dispute the idea that it's 97%.
Yeah, it is. I'll get an article from
Society give a source.
Yeah, I will. I'll get it from knowledge.
It's crazy.
Any source that's reviewed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spend like the next hour looking for the necro. I'll just ask knowledge. I'll be like, hey, knowledge, you got that 97% thing, and he'll like be like, yeah, here you go.
You got me mention of pedophilia. Remember?
Yeah, you can wait.
Your opportunity. This is your opportunity, Rich.
Yeah, I don't care if you value my opinion. It doesn't matter.
Well, if I don't see how you expect people to believe you if you're not going to provide data.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what you think.
Okay.
You're fucking irrelevant every time you come on stage.
Well, forget me. Like, how are you going to convince anyone that you're right, that 97%?
He usually
I'm not. I was going to say that.
Necro. He's usually pretty convincing.
Right. Well,
like I said, I will ask. Okay. Here's what I can do. Necro. I can spend the next fucking 30 minutes diligently searching to prove a statement to Necro on Clubhouse who I do not respect. Or I can wait till a little bit later and be like, knowledge, you got that thing? And he'll be like, yeah, it's right here. It was in my chat GPT. Here's the article link.
It's crazy. Can I just say something? 93.6% of sexual abuse offenders were white men.
Yeah, but you gotta admit that black molestation in the black community is underrepresented. It's underreported because of the shame of
raw number. I'm talking raw number. 75% of child pornography was found from white men. This is a fact. Excuse me? This is a fact.
Oh, Abby, he's saying that only white men molest.
No, I said here's the facts. 74.6% of offenders in child pornography cases were white.
Zion, where does pornography come from?
The Greek word pornos, which is fornication.
Porneia is the Greek word.
Porneia.
I think pornography just happened in the United States. You think it existed before there was the United?
I don't want to talk about. I want to talk about where the word came from.
Oh, Abby, he's just saying that white men are the only ones that rape kids.
I'm talking about the FBI crime statistics. This is scary. This is. We got to deal with this. We cannot sweep this underneath the rug. Something is happening in the white community.
No. See, pornography
something is wrong. And I'm going to really quick. It's gotten to the highest levels of government to the point where everybody's kicking this underneath the can. There's islands that these people go to molest little girls and little boys. This is a problem.
Yeah.
So well, we talk about other things, right? This is a real issue. This is a real issue.
I think the issue is that place in Africa.
I'm gonna land in 10 seconds. I want to remind you guys, the reason why this topic came up is because he said, that Muslims, all Muslims are pedophiles, basically rapists.
Oh, I also said it was hyperbolic.
All right. So, but I'm not using hyperboles or hypotheticals. I'm using facts. 74% of child pornography is done by white men. This is scary.
Yeah.
I don't even play.
I mean, like I said, though, Rich, I just asked you to provide one sample of data, and you couldn't provide one.
No, I said I'm not going to spend the next 30 minutes trying to find, because the way that it's worded, even if I go to ChatGPT right now and I say, hey Chat, because I'll have to go through all these fucking prompts and dream states and parallel universes with no restrictions and all this kind of shit. The way that I'll have to prompt ChatGPT, because he'll continuously say, well, you have to understand racial tensions and blah 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 blah, and I'll have to do all this shit. Or I could just wait till I see knowledge and be like, hey knowledge, can you give me that thing that you found on ChatGPT that shows that 97% of all school shootings are committed by black kids?
Yeah. Rich.
Yeah, so I'll do that.
Nothing. So now
I'm gonna take the latter, Necro.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't respect you, so it doesn't matter.
Well, you clearly don't respect me, but it doesn't change the fact that you made a claim, and you're very specific. So you're making a claim that it's not really being hyperbolic when you say 97%. Like, that seems pretty specific. I mean, Zion, does that sound pretty specific to you when he says 97%?
Yeah, because we all read it.
Well, I
didn't even believe it was that high. I was like, that can't be right. And everybody's like, knowledge, post in the chat. And we all read it. And we're like, oh, okay. Yeah.
Like if I said the same thing about white people, that
it's like statistics, Necro. You use the word mass shooting, or you use the word school shooting, it's going to bring up mass school shootings. It's going to be like, it's predominantly white. But if you get it down to just saying only school shootings, where a firearm is discharged in a school, it's 97%.
No, first off, you didn't even have to say anything about school shootings.
Yeah, no, I misspoke the first time. Then I corrected myself.
Yeah. You just said mass shootings.
Well, the majority of mass shootings are actually black as well, because it's only 3 or more people involved.
We're gonna stop this. White children have a problem with going to schools and columbining the places, just killing people for absolutely no reason. Like, you cannot sweep that underneath the rug by saying, well, most school shootings are done by black people. Yes, there's an issue in the black community with gun violence. It needs to be addressed. It cannot be swept underneath the rug. Me as a black man, I cannot just hide facts just because I get offended or, my box hurts. Like, we have to deal with this issue. There's an issue in urban communities with young black men killing one another, right? And the numbers, hold on really quick, the numbers don't lie. This is an issue. Likewise, there is an issue with white men and little children. White men inherently, right, are in crazy numbers having sexual relationships with children, and also white young men are going into schools and offing people. This is a fact. This is a reality. This is not, you don't have to turn this into like a, but this is what you do. Like, no, everybody has to take care of their own trash, bro. You have to admit this, right?
Yeah, so since it's good to see you, Liz, in the room. So me and Rich were just discussing, at first he said he was being hyperbolic, but then he made his...
Oh, no, I said hyperbolic about Muslims all being...
Wait, hold on. What just happened? Liz comes back in the room, and now we're going to appeal to, like, I love Liz as much as the rest of you, but, like, why has this got to be her burden? You guys got an argument?
Well, I just would like to know, essentially, from...
Oh, no, so you think you're going to butter up her and take your case to her? Like, she don't want to know about this shit. Listen, the one thing I can tell you is that when people are making crazy arguments, that is not Liz's job to come in here and fucking referee this shit. It's not a job she wants.
I don't know. I mean, to me, I think the opinions of, black people, when people are making...
Oh, I get it now. So because you're arguing on the behalf of black people, you saw a black woman come into the room, and you said, oh, maybe I can get her on my side. Why don't you just make the argument? Hold on. I think everybody's opinion matters, including hers. What I would ask is why you felt the need to specifically invoke her name before you made your argument. It was very weird.
Because in general, it's like, I felt she was putting control at a lot of people in this room, aside from myself, aside from Zion. But if she doesn't want to answer or get involved, then I respect that.
I love how you've deemed that you're the person that's unbiased, and then if somebody might agree with you, then they are also unbiased. That's very interesting. It's very, very interesting.
Anyways, I mean, I won't ask Liz if she doesn't want to answer it. So.
I just came into hearing about school shooters and pedophiles.
Yeah, Rich was making the claim that,
no, I said that knowledge from chillism, Rich. I posted a statistic that 97% of all school shootings, not factoring in mass school shootings, but just school shootings alone, 97% are committed by blacks. That was the claim.
Yeah, so 97% of school shootings are committed by black men. And I asked you to provide data for that.
Yeah, I said I don't respect you enough to spend 30 minutes searching for statistics. To find the one that knowledge. 30 minutes. Oh my God, because you don't understand how fucking statistics work. Okay, so let's look at even when I did search it. It's not true. This is what it comes up. I know exactly right. 98% of mass shooters are male. Yeah, that's what comes up when you search.
You're deflecting, bro. It's looking bad.
Nope. There's a way to search it where the statistic will come up if it's 97%. I'm not saying that it's accurate. I'm only talking statistics.
It's our job to do our homework for you.
Yeah, but I don't respect you enough to spend 30 minutes looking for it, digging through all the statistics.
I don't have to dig to find 75% of child pornography is done by white men. It doesn't take me 30 minutes. It takes me 30 seconds.
Wait, so you don't think it's underreported in the black community?
Why is a school shooting not reported? Is it a gender? Do you think there's an agenda here?
You don't think there's a shame amongst the black community of being homosexual?
It should be.
You're saying that you think that young kids should be shamed for being homosexual or being molested?
I mean, come on, bro. What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Nothing.
See, this is essentially.
No, Necro, see?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, sir.
This is the side that you're on, Necro. Zion's side.
No,
he said that he thinks that kids who have been molested through homosexual acts should be shamed.
Rich, you only give me excuses and condoms. That's what I said. I've asked you to provide data. That's all I've asked you to do. And you provided nothing.
No, I said I don't respect you enough to actually spend time to look for it.
Yeah, you're giving excuses and you gave it.
No, you're just a fucking idiot on the internet.
Yeah, ad hominems.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay, so then I guess I can dismiss everything you say because you're.
Well, I mean, you can. Wait. Which definition of racism are you using then?
Yeah, hatred or bigotry or prejudice against someone.
No. The original definition of racism was the belief that one's race is superior to another's, which I do not agree with.
Yeah, and it's also.
Yeah, power. You have to have power and authority over people on law.
So
your liberal fucking arts fucking definition.
I guess it's not racist for people to treat you worse because of you being white. That's not racist.
No, if a person says that their race is superior, then yeah, that's definitionally racist.
That wasn't my question. So if
I don't care if you're bigoted or prejudiced or an asshole.
But because of your race, that wasn't the question. Is that if you have it, if a black person treats you,
no, that's not racism.
Again,
if it comes up here and says,
if someone's guilty, give them the fucking book. Don't be fucking elected chair. 100%. I think it should be investigated. But what I think is there's a lot of big, huge players beyond what we're capable of. I think this is way bigger than Trump. I don't think Trump realized how big it was when he was making the comments. Once he
he got involved and got to see, okay, holy shit, this is big, this is above his head, this is dangerous territory. You're talking about some really powerful motherfuckers that have been that have done this shit. I think Trump knows. I honestly don't think Trump is guilty because, again, it would have came out before they had anything on him as far as sex trafficking and dealing with buyers.
Would you say that Donald Trump is a litigious president that loves to sue people? That is fucked. So when the Wall Street Journal, which I think is a reputable paper, comes out and says that Pam Bondi months ago told him his name is in the files, is all over these lists, don't you think that he should have stood right in front of the American people and told us and said, let's release the files, unless there's something in there that's going to take him down?
Why would he do that? Why does he need to do that? Well, JB, what you're saying, there is a possibility, and here's the thing, this is what we're saying. We're seeing it as, yes, we will agree that there is a possibility, but you guys aren't agreeing and meeting us halfway saying, hey, there's a possibility he may not be, and this is above his head, and this could literally destroy this.
Oh my God, Sig, I love wait a second. Everybody mute up, man, because I love Sig like a fat kid loves cake. But I think it's so comical when a Republican or somebody that leans Republican says, you won't meet us halfway. The Republican Party's not known for meeting anybody halfway.
Remember what I told you. Remember what I told you guys at the beginning. This, like, and Sig just kind of hit on it. This thing is so big that I honestly, truly believe, and this is with my background, and just this is an informed opinion, that this case is so big that it's a national security risk. That's why it's not going to come out.
So that being that, we need to keep in mind.
Robert, hold on a second, please. Let me, because I got to welcome some new speakers. Alex, you want to jump in, then I'm going to go to Certainty and XG and Cam.
So because it's so big, we just keep protecting those big people. So I don't care if Trump's not guilty. Good Lord, I'm hoping he's not guilty, because how fucking embarrassing is it that the people of America put a pedophile in the fucking office? Like, I'm a teacher. Do you know how scary? Do you know? No, do you listen to what I say before you interrupt me? I just said, I hope that that is not the case. I hope, because there's no evidence that there isn't, right? There's none. So my point is, now, because this is now, let's say it is bigger than Trump, now we keep protecting those people. Like, we keep protecting, we keep being the largest child traffickers here. I mean, we already have 36, 37 states that still allow child marriage. You can fight me on that, but I know it's 36 or 37. Do we keep doing this? Like, I don't have an attachment to Trump being guilty. I hope he's not, because it's an embarrassment. His whole presidency is an embarrassment, but this would be like a knife to the heart. But what do we do? Keep protecting all these people because they're rich?
Well, that's what, again, if you look at Trump's support, it has gone down drastically since this whole Epstein thing. So you gotta understand, even people who are supporting Trump are losing interest in him, and they're pissed off about this. Dan Bongino's pissed, fucking Kash Patel's pissed. There's a lot of people who are support. Look at his fucking support polls and ratings. They're dropping down, pissed off, saying, hey, we need to, because they understand how big this is. And it's like, no, we need to just go ahead and clean this out. Let's get it fucking clean. Just go ahead and release it.
What if there are innocent people on the list? Why should they be tainted by a bunch of BS?
Well, how about you don't hang out with known pedophiles, and your name won't be on the list, and you won't be guilty?
There you go.
Hanging out with somebody who's a criminal is not a crime.
No, hold on a second. I said pedophile. I said criminal.
It doesn't matter if they're murdered.
Wait a second. But pedophiles are a different breed of criminal, bro. They can't be fixed. They cannot be.
Hanging out with a criminal is not a crime.
Well, hey, you know what? Hold on a second. Do you listen to what you say before you say it sometimes? Because I gotta tell you respectfully, that was the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say. He's a pedophile. He's a different breed of criminal. They are stealing children's lives, bro. That's just the way it is.
I don't disagree, but hanging out with them is not a crime.
then you shouldn't be hanging out with them. What is wrong with you? What are you saying, bro? Hold on, Cam. Hold on. You're telling me, Norm, you wouldn't allow your son to go hang out with Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Of course not.
Yeah, but it's not a crime.
Okay, but he shouldn't be around him if you don't want to be labeled a pedophile or a pedophile.
Associations that are similar. You're very open about it. Are you somehow?
This is not about me. I was never a pedophile.
Of course you're not. Of course you're wrong.
I give up. All right, let me say hello to Certainty. Hello, Certainty.
What's going on, JP? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. How about yourself?
I agree with what the Dream said completely. But I also listen. I've been around a lot of folks being from the hood. I've had friends that have been accused of things and found not guilty. I think it's very hard to know who you're associating with until you see their character in person.
Certainty, let me just cut you off for 1 second.
Go ahead.
It was well known what that man was about. There was no secrets around Jeffrey Epstein. But please continue.
I mean, again, JB, and you've heard my testimony on this before. At the end of the day, if you're running that big of an organization with sex trafficking, right, and you own an island and jets and shit like that, for one person, which was his assistant, to go to jail and no one else goes to jail, it's very obvious that there's a mass cover-up, right? So I'm not saying that it's not possible that someone could be sitting in that White House and not have been involved. I actually think it's very possible. I actually think it could be something half the White House for all we know. What I'm saying is you got to be very careful of assuming that some...
I was a New York City public school teacher, as I said many times before. I did it for 10 years. Many of my students committed crimes, many of them. I visited them in Rikers. I visited them in Allentown. I wrote letters on their behalf.
You want a cap for criminals, that's on you. I know I'm an ex-con, but let me tell you something, bro. What you said today will stay with me for a while. Hold on, Robert. So I gotta say hello to Cam. Cam, what's good, bro? I got you, XG.
What's good, JP?
I don't understand the cabin for a pedophile. That's just, I'm never gonna understand that, bro.
The thing is, like, people get so lost in wrong. Like, that's why, like, the old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yes, you have all of these good intentions on doing, like, so much good work, but you get so caught up on doing the good that you are literally killing people or hurting people or doing whatever. Like, I'll never understand people trying to defend Donald Trump, even possibly being like in close association with a pedophile, and not even. And I hate even that we got to play this hypothetical game that he was maybe in close association with a pedophile when he's been on record saying, yes, Jeffrey Epstein is one of my closest friends. Like, there's no point in defending shit like that. Like, even if, let's say, one of your closest friends was doing some nefarious shit behind your back that you didn't agree with, and then you find out, do you hide your association with that friend now that you didn't already made it public? Do you try to disown yourself? Like, it just don't make sense. I'll never understand.
Thank you, Kim. Let me go to XG. XG?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Before you start, XG, I got a few crazy PTRs for y'all. Like, I'm gonna post them. Just pay attention.
All right. Got it, XG.
Yeah, so before I hear more Chomo defending, basically, here's the reason as to why being associated with that type of criminality is wrong. And I'll give an analogy to make it make sense. If my best friend ended up befriending somebody who talks shit about me 24/7, doesn't do anything but belittle me 24/7, and talks negatively about me 24/7, I'm going to assume in the same way, I can think, oh, Okay, well, I don't want to hang out around a known pedophile. Yeah, it's not a crime to, but I don't want to be associated with that because I'm not okay with pedophiles. Then we have Trump hanging out next to a known pedophile. Yeah, it's not a crime to do so. It looks fucking horrible, at least morally. Why? Because it looks like you're okay with known pedophiles, and that pedophilia isn't a borderline for you, or isn't a boundary for you to go ahead and take off somebody off your friend list just because you want to make a couple dollars, or just because you want to have a fun time at a party, or a nice little connection. I'm sorry, but if I were in the same, and this is what gets crazy to me, because for you, if some people hang out with certain Hamas people or certain people that are associated with the Palestinian resistance force, all of a sudden, then they become crazy left-wing supporters of Hamas, crazy left-wing supporters of this, et cetera, et cetera. So guilty by association with you is okay when it comes to the Palestinian conflict, but it's not okay with you when it comes to literal fucking pedophiles. So I'm actually really confused as to how you can play guilty by association one side, and then on a more serious topic, at least when it comes to literal fucking children being sex trafficked, all of a sudden, you can't see how guilty by association, especially being associated with a fucking pedophile, is wrong.
I believe that you're very confused. I'm glad you were honest about that. That's the only thing I agree with you about.
I posted a link. I posted a link real quick. Don brought up a good point. I posted a link in the chat showing that Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. Okay, and they hadn't spoken in 15 years. Again, so, there is a possibility, folks, that you're running around with someone, you may not have the scoop, because you're not part of that M club, you're not part of the pedo club, and you don't know. And once you find out some shit, then your reaction is to ban the motherfucker and say, get the fuck out of here, you creep.
Do you know why?
So
Wait, hold on, everybody. Do you know why he was banned from Mar-a-Lago?
For hitting on somebody's daughter under his daughter.
They were both trying to buy the same property. And that's what started the fight between Epstein and Trump. That had nothing to do with Epstein with underage girls. That had to do with a property for sex.
So this article's false.
4 years after Epstein's conviction for the first time he did it.
So, if I may, I think we using the word list, right? This is more than merely names on the list. Apparently, this is records, this is activity, trove of documents, right? So there'll be travel logs, there may be notes on when meetings or these events took place. What we do know is that there's a possibility that a prosecutor can look at the entirety of these files, connect some dots, and build a case, right, for illegal activity regarding children. What bothers me, as I listen to some of you guys, is just like your comfort zone with downplaying pedo activity. Like it's like like the casualty. I don't know. I have made my daughter, rest in peace, right? My daughter have grandkids. I work with young people, and I know that that's a bell that you can't unring. When an adult traumatizes a kid sexually, that is a bell that you can't unring. It is something that person is going to have to live with for the rest of their lives. I don't care how much therapy you do. They're going to have to live with that for the rest of their lives. And I'm disappointed that as Americans, and brother, and I'll land with this, and the gentleman said it, when it's convenience, everybody can associate. Like you can be on this app and say a few words. Automatically people push to a man whose track record is notorious, and you actually try to give him grace. It's disgusting, and I'm disappointed in the state that we are in America. I'll land.
Well, let me jump in here. Hold on. Let me jump in here real quick. I'm not going to center it around me, but Robert, I agree with everything you said. Everything. I kind of say I'm a survivor of sex trafficking as a child, right? So this is a little touchy for me. So when somebody comes up and keeps for a known pedophile, let me tell you something. Let's say I had a different life, and I'm hanging out with my friends, and somebody comes into that group, and I know he's a pedophile, bro. Don't even come near me, bro. Just on morals alone, get the fuck away from me. Yeah, Ash.
No, I wanted to give what you and Robert said a minute, so maybe just a reset for the tons of new people that came into the room. So there's a pretty powerful little mic drop there. Wait.
That's fine. I mean, what else? All used to say things that make you go, You know, you want to listen. As an ex-con, as a former criminal, right? Even on the streets, there's certain standards. You don't fuck with chomos. You don't justify for chomos. Never. That's why they're so protected in prison. So when you say, well, you know, and I gotta keep it real, 100%. That she was right. We can sit on stage, somebody can say from the river to the sea, and then somebody will be like, oh, I agree with that. Oh, the person that agree with this just as guilty as the person that said from the river to the sea. Man, that bullshit. I'm calling cap all over these statements. This is bullshit, bro. Let's take the political party glasses off, folks. Let's be regular Americans with kids and come
those files. It is evidence of a crime. It should have been prosecuted already. And if it wasn't, then the person who did not prosecute that, it could very likely be liable themselves. So I doubt very highly that there's anything incriminating in those files.
So hold on. Then why do you fight so hard to keep them from the public's view? There's nothing in there, Norman. Just to release them.
Can I just ask one question to the audience? JB, is that okay?
Yeah,
so I just want to ask you all to take a moment and think. Question: why do you think Trump wanted Matt Gaetz to be the Attorney General?
Because he likes flying with 17-year-old girls too.
A payback, a favor, like, you know.
Why he wanted Matt Gaetz as Attorney General, which he knew he did.
And Dan, there was one thing I wanted to say. So if someone made that statement, like, you can't retract. So why would you release files on Dr. Martin Luther King? Why? Like, who's sitting around the table and says and decides to do that? Like, how does this decision even come up that you release these freaking files? If we like from 60 years ago, and none of us were alive to put it into context. So you do it from
a distraction. It's all a distraction.
I think he did it to expose FBI corruption.
It's a racist distraction.
No, I think he was showing the corruption of the FBI. I think we all knew that Martin Luther King had affairs and stuff. I don't think that's such a horrible thing. I think they were showing how the FBI.
I release it though.
I think they were. He was showing that the FBI persecuted.
He's not asking what the FBI did. He's asking why the FBI did it.
Let me ask it better way. What is the purpose? What need does it serve 60 years later to tell the American public something that they already knew?
To expose the corruption of the FBI.
If they were already persecuting him and the American public knew this, and we all knew why they were doing it, what is the purpose? What purpose does it serve? And you're saying, hold on, wait.
Why do you assume the American public knew that?
Hold on. You're saying to show the corruption of the FBI. What corruption does it show me that you were doing something that I already knew that you were doing because you told me you were doing it when you were doing it?
What you said doesn't make any sense, though. So that's not.
Wait, okay, I'll explain it. I'm sorry.
It makes perfect sense to me.
So it doesn't make any sense. So you don't have to repeat it. It's not going to make more sense if you say it again. I'm not going to repeat it. So he was exposing the FBI persecution of Dr. Martin Luther King. He's using sunlight to disinfect the corruption in the FBI and the government. I think that was a good.
So wait. So why couldn't he put sunlight on the Epstein files that he was being asked to release around the same time?
Because what is the wrongdoing in the Epstein file? Nobody has said that there's any.
What is the wrongdoing? Hold on. We don't know because he won't release the files. What are you saying, Norm? Give us the files and then we'll say. Hold on.
You're making up stories in your head about stuff.
Dude, this is like one of the biggest pedophiles that had in like the world. Like, I mean, you can't say there's nothing in the file. There's hundreds of names. It's disgusting. It's embarrassing that he's our president even connected to this.
And this if it's not going to hurt anybody at all, it's going to clean it anyway.
The point in not doing it is that innocent people will be accused of shit that they didn't do.
If there's innocent,
Wait, one second, Ken.
For no purpose.
Wait, Lord.
Hang on,
we learn one person than the next person. I can't even understand what you guys are saying.
I don't know.
What's not making sense? What's not making sense from Norm's perspective right now is you have this whole idea that, at least when he asked Cam, how do you know that the American people knew the majority of that, at least for the file that was released on MLK? How am I supposed to be, like, what light does it shine on information that light was already shown on by the agency themselves? That's what I've been asked originally. They didn't do. Well, guess what? If the file is a nothing burger and they're getting accused of something they didn't do, wouldn't that same fucking file exonerate them?
Exactly. Hold on.
That's exactly what I was saying.
So hold on, John. Everybody get up. We're going to sing Big Stank, and I want to welcome Eagle Liddy and Blake to the stage. Get sick.
I was going to say, not necessarily. This is why if you talk to any lawyer, they'll tell you, even if you're innocent, shut up.
Yeah, but you know what, Sig? The fight's off. I've been in that situation. If there was going to be a file that was going to exonerate me, I'd be like, yo, bro, here's a combination to the lock. It's in Penn Station. Go get the file. Let me prove my innocence instead of burying that shit and fighting the lawyers. So get Big Stank. Hold on, everybody. See, you got to chill. I got you. So I'm going to go to Stank, and then I'm going to go to Eagle Liddy, and then Blake and Sig. Go ahead.
I think the and I'm going to be super quick, so don't worry. I think the interesting thing here about Romo's argument is it's a parallel argument that was being made for MLK. He's saying the same thing that the people said then. We can't release the files, innocent people will get harmed. And then they released it 60 years later, like the other brother was saying, it doesn't matter. Now, Normo is using the same exact logic to protect Trump by saying, well, there's nothing there, innocent people will get harmed, and now we're going to have to wait another 70 years to find out that there was something there, and people will be having the same conversation. Well, why did they release the files? We already knew Trump was messing with kids. So you're making a circular argument that was already used before, so I don't think it holds any weight right here.
Thank you, Big Stank. You have to hold on. Can you get the cue, Blake?
I'm here, bro. I'll go out. What's up, man? What's up? What's going on?
What's up?
Just, innocent people, innocent children in droves were harmed and continue to be harmed because we pacify, we support, and we continue to allow a government to allow these things to happen in and outside of our GC circle. And if there's nothing, if it's a nothing burger, then what's the harm? Because saying that innocent people will be harmed, look, innocent children have been harmed. And the American people are really tired of all of this, these games that the government is able to play with, holding files up, holding information up for 30 years and then drop it when it doesn't matter anymore. The deal is this, man. If you want to keep protecting pedos, just say that. But let's not play no more games. Like, this stuff, this is the end. Like, you're going to have people separating from the MAGA movement over this because you don't want to be real about what's going on with this stuff. Like, let's keep in mind the Prince. If anybody has watched the Prince's interview with 60 Minutes, you tell me there's a nothing burger there. If anybody want to look at what happened with Epstein in jail, try to pretend like that's a nothing burger. Like, I don't want to be insulted, but like, man, come on, are you really just going to keep saying, oh, it's nothing there? I don't know. It's coincidence, guy hung himself from a 3-foot goal. The madam involved in this whole thing gets convicted of trafficking, conspiracy to traffic with no co-conspirators or no client list. Like, who was she trafficking to? She was trafficking to her. Like, you know what it is. The reason why she built this list, that's what we're going to have to come to terms.
You made that. Let me say, hold on, man. No, I know you want to sit there and give around you, but you got to chill for a second. Because, Blake, you and I have been around each other for a few years, and we don't line up politically, but, man, I have never agreed with you more than what you just said. 100% agree with you, man.
Can I add to that?
Can you hold on a second, because you go after E. Liddy, and then you, E. Liddy, go ahead.
What's up, bro? I'm gonna be quick. So first of all, I just want to say I don't fuck with nobody who fucks with kids or any of that rape and whip, none of that shit. I don't care if I align to politically or any of that. All I'm saying is I just find it really fucking weird that the push for it is, but I mean, the election was 11/6/2024. I mean, for the last 3 or 4 years, I wasn't hearing 24/7 mainstream media, oh, we want the Epstein list, we want the Epstein list. Y'all didn't give a fuck about the Epstein list. You just want it out now because you think that it's going to harm Trump. Now, I'm going to be very fucking clear. I am a huge supporter of Trump. But yes, if I was to read the Epstein files and I was to see that he was fucking with some young children and fucking with just, raping women and all types of shit, no, I wouldn't fuck with that. And probably would have to look at that probably. Yeah, he's from the Wall Street Journal that says just because, Trump has been notified that he's in the Epstein files that, all of a sudden that's just what it is. No. I mean, we've seen pictures with him and Epstein. We've seen many people some of you who have been voting for all these Democrats and Republicans since before I was fucking born that was fucking with Epstein. So both sides, in my opinion, are going to be fucked over. And last point, and you guys can take this how you want to, I feel like America's closest ally will be harmed the most. And Norm knows exactly who I'm talking about. And I feel like that's another reason why it's not coming out. But once again, yes, if I do find out
who are you talking about?
If I do find out that Trump is fucking with children, I can't.
Israel's a person? Is there any evidence that Epstein was in the Mossad? If so, please tell us now.
All right. Hold on. Everybody, hold on.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
You guys using the science fiction work.
Okay, listen, Norm. He's entitled to his opinion, like you're entitled to yours. You might
Yeah, but he's not entitled to make up facts.
Why not? You do.
Because what fact did I make up?
So he can't make up. I'm going to the next guys. Guys, I'm going to start kicking people out. Okay? I'm not just talking about today, Norm. But let me go to C because she's been patiently waiting. Hello, C. C, are you there? 1 minute, no mic control.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi. So I just wanted to just reconfirm what the history is, because Epstein actually got arrested in 2006, July 16, 2006. So I have to ask the audience, why do you think that he got such a sweetheart deal in the state of Florida for being a pedophile? He was actually punished to go to prison, but he was released during the day, 12 hours out during the day, and 12 hours and he had to sleep in prison. Why do you think that they would allow to have a pedophile actually get away with it and they have such a sweetheart deal? I mean, you have to really seriously consider that.
Hey, see, let me ask you a question. Do you know who the prosecutor on that case was?
No, I don't actually. I'm curious. And obviously there's things that he does not want to have uncovered. I don't even want to know about this. They're claiming Democrats. Look at that. I don't want to know about it. It's disgusting. It's embarrassing. It is sick. And there is more to this and that's exactly why I do think that he wanted Matt Gaetz. If there was a chance to have Matt Gaetz as Attorney General, he wanted him because he needed protection from this sick behavior that he has in his past. It's unbelievable.
Who had sick behavior?
Hold on a second. I want to give Norm 2 minutes.
Underage girl, not pedophilia, but a phebophilia, meaning a teenager, on one occasion. As far as I know. Now, my memory is not perfect. Pedophilia, it wasn't some sex ring or something. It was a massage from a teenager.
You wouldn't get that. You wouldn't get that.
Hang on. And there's no evidence that he knew that the girl was underage, or that she presented herself as such. One time. That's why he got the deal. He had good attorneys, 2 of the best in the business. By the way,
I'm going to jump in here because I can't listen to this bullshit. Norm, do me a favor. Don't talk about this. I think you capping for this fucking rapist pedophile is so vile right now, man. Like, I'm keeping it real. For you to sit up here and say, he was only convicted of this. Did you hear what this young woman just said? The sweetheart deal of a lifetime. He was sentenced to prison time, spent days out of prison at his office, his luxury office. What are you drinking
today, bro, but you're out of your fucking mind. Respectfully. So I gotta step aside for 2 minutes to the other mods. Please run them, because I can't listen to that fucking trash anymore.
It's not just that. It's the fact that
he knows why he was defending them, and this is why I said what I said.
That making the distinction between ephebophilia and pedophilia was somehow meaningful.
Hey man, that's one versus 100. One child under that is serious shit. You're messing up a child under 18. That is very serious. I'm sorry, I take it very serious, and I feel it's a disgrace for all women. And
Can I?
Who is that, Blake?
This Cam.
Oh, hey, Cam, go ahead. And then I see Blake, and then I saw Grace.
Serious question here. Is a child's innocence more important than your freedom? Contemplating that for a second. Like, real life. Is a child's innocence, meaning their innocence as a child, is it more important than your freedom or your temporary detainment? Because that's what it sounds like when you say innocent people will be hurt. Well, innocent children were raped and sex trafficked. So is their innocence more important than someone's temporary detainment? For if they were innocent, then they will be temporarily detained.
But there's also that stigma, because if you are an innocent person linked to pedophilia, even if you're proven innocent without question, there's still that stigma, and you still risk public ridicule, criticism online. I understand your point, but no, and I don't think anybody on this stage would want to be linked with such heinous accusations, knowing you're innocent, even if you're, briefly detained, temporarily detained, questioned for a few hours or over a week or over an extended period of time. That's stressful, because when all that's over with, you still have to deal with the stigma of being accused of pedophilia. So that's
hey, guys, mute up for a second, please. To the mods, I can't bring up Moon because I've moved him so many times. Can you please bring him up? Thank you.
I'm up, JB. What you're talking about now, though, that's called accountability. Sometimes you have to take accountability for things, even when you're innocent. Like, if I'm innocently, I can't remember who. Oh, I was watching Deontay Kyle on his podcast. He was talking about if you were riding in the car with somebody, and let's say you got a ride from somebody, you were without transportation, got a ride back home from work, and that person you got a ride with did some illegal shit, and they technically got away with it, but the police were looking for them. And anybody associated with them, when they find them, or if they find you, you are going to be arrested for not coming forward and taking accountability for being along with them and saying, hey, I knew about this, I'm going to say something. Because you didn't take accountability, you are now at fault.
Well stated.
Well, let me ask you this. And I'm not defending Epstein, I'll make this really clear. Everybody on the stage. If you have friends, right? Let me take Epstein out of the picture. If you have friends and you have some sort of Epstein-like reputation, and I'm like, bro, you got an Epstein-like reputation. You're like, no, that ain't me. So I have to take your word as a friend. I've never met any so-called victims or anybody that you victimized. And then the police, in their investigation of you, end up at my door.
Give me your response to what we
pick it up from there. I'm accountable to some way. I'm now linked to pedophilia because you are linked to that or whatever heinous activity you were involved with. You see?
No.
What I'm saying?
No. You wouldn't be accountable or for
my actions or anything like that. What you would be accountable for is the fact that you speak. If the investigation led them to your door, you would say, hey, yes, I knew Cam as a friend. Cam told me A and B. Cam told me he never did anything like that. Cam were around to me. We only did A, B, C. Never had any association like that. That is what you are accountable for actions that you had with that person. That's the reputation of being
They be late to their shit. Jay, go ahead, and then Ray, go ahead. Go ahead, Blake.
Yeah. You know,
Which type of movie though?
you need to look up Bars. You need to look up Bars' dad. Bars' dad is the one who gave that kid his first big job at their school. And after that, he just mysteriously keeps getting, jobs that he's completely unqualified for. You understand why we have. I'm going to repeat that. The only alive member of this chain.
Alive for now. Alive for now.
Yeah, alive for now. Yeah. Convicted. She was convicted of something. She was convicted of more than just whatever term Norm used for the opposite of pedophilia. But anyway, she was convicted of something heinous.
No, pedophilia is love of teenagers.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
not the opposite. It's just different.
I appreciate the clarification. I'm just saying, look, I'm convicted of that, and she was convicted of working with, conspiracy to traffic minors with Jeffrey Epstein, and she has no co-conspirators. There's never been a point in time where the feds or the authorities go after the head of an organization without having co-conspirators that got them and led them to that point. That's like saying we just brought down El Chapo. He didn't sell drugs to anyone. We had nobody that sold drugs to. So let's just be real, man. Like, this is happening, and we're letting it happen. And I just want to let JP know something, bro. We ain't never everybody that's a Trump tard right now. I've been rolling with Trump for a long time. But anybody that's on the Trump train is going to have to examine their politics and their morals very closely and look beside a man and look into your morals and who you stand with.
Thank you, Blake. Great call. Alan, no. Yeah, Alf, no. We have a cue.
Yeah.
Thank you. I always get you in. So I'm sitting here listening, right? I'm just going to say it, Sig is a free speech absolutist. I love the man. I am not. Because if you're going to come on my stage ever and become a pedophile apologist, please don't come to my rooms. I don't give a fuck. There's a certain lines I won't cross, and that's definitely one of them. So if you're going to come up here, I promise you, not only will I great, but if you don't stop unmuting, I'm going to ban you from the fucking house. Relax, bro. So I'm just going to say that now. If you're a pedophile apologist, please leave the fucking space in now. Right now. So yeah, you're going to go grape and then Alec.
About to say real quick, JB, even that, I wouldn't condone. I don't condone anything fucking with children or apologizing for. So just for the record, I have free speech absolutist, but not for that shit. Not that.
Sig, I absolutely wasn't talking about you. I promise. But let's go to grape before there's a stroke.
Yeah, I don't want to be in a room with anyone that has even sympathy for child molesters. No tolerance for any of those people. I think it's a shame that this has become so political, right? It's a shame that people are looking to use child abuse to attack their political enemies. So I would love to see in America where we have a bipartisan commission with half Republicans and half Democrats. Investigate the child molesters, put every fucking child molester in prison.
Enough getting rid of the establishment, whatever's down in Washington, D.C.
Hopefully.
But let's go to Alan. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, a few things. First of all, again, in the 1,000+ pages of testimony throughout all those trials, Trump's name came up only 2 or 3 times, and in both cases, it was not connected with any wrongdoing. I know this because I got the document, I downloaded it, and I did the search myself. So that's number one. Second of all, as someone pointed out, yeah, again, it bears repeating. We've seen pictures of Trump with Epstein, lots of people with Epstein. So, you know, the fact that something came out today is nothing new. The other thing is, yeah, I watched, there was a video today by Nate, the lawyer, and it relates now to Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, yes, she's a piece of shit. She trafficked women. She deserves to be in jail. However, here's the problem. In order to convict Jeffrey Epstein, they gave all of his court may or may not hear it. If they hear it, this was the same thing that they got, why Bill Cosby got out of jail. Because of the same thing. One prosecutor said, we're giving you an immunity, and another one said, no, we're not going to do that. Here's why this is important. If she gets out of jail, she's